Can I ask our ladies, Madam Presidents of VPHA and AGV to come here to open this conference formally? Madam President. We will follow COVID-19 adequate measure disinfect when we get back to the table, that I'll speak later on. We had some problem with microphones and we need to use, this one will pass the microphone.
Okay. Thank you, Milorad. So I'm Liz Kelly, President of the Association of Government Vets, and I'd like to extend a very warm welcome, first of all, to all of you here in the room with me, and of course to everyone that's at home watching this on our computer screen. I'm absolutely confident that this will go without a hitch, Milorad. It will be wonderful. I think it's fantastically challenging to do something like this, and I think it'll be marvellous. I'd like to thank Milorad and his team. I spoke last night at the dinner and just said how wonderful it was to be able to see people face to face. It's just a complete delight. And Milorad and his amazing team of students and all the people that have helped him here, have done such a great job. And I'm looking at the programme I've got here in front of me, and I think, you just couldn't have chosen a better topic for a conference. Where next? Where next? And everything on it is so topical. So I'm thrilled to welcome all of you and look forward to a brilliant day. And I'll hand over to Madeline.
Well, thank you very much, Liz. And all I can do is echo what Liz has said. Welcome to you. How wonderful to see so many people in the flesh. Small joke that I made last night. And what a fantastic programme. And again, to reiterate our thanks to Milorad and his team who have managed to create this conference in this place out of what looked like an unmitigated disaster 2 weeks ago. So that's all I'm going to say. Please enjoy the programme. Feedback as well is very important to us, so if you can let us know what you think, our successes and our failures, be very grateful for that. And formally, I would like to open this conference.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies. Now, a few domestics. If you hear fire alarm, you run away. You know the signs. You know where the toilets are. And I must say something about COVID-19. I don't like to joke about COVID-19. I don't like to amplify the risk or diminish the risk unnecessarily. We have made a risk assessment for this event, and risk assessment is that we will do everything possible to mitigate the risk or to minimize the risk. Those of us who can be vaccinated are vaccinated. We will carry the masks unless exempt on carrying the masks. I'm sure you have done lateral flow testing and you are not here, and we know that some colleagues pulled out because they were positive yesterday. They notified us and told I'm positive, I don't want to come here. And that is what the public health officials should do, and what a couple of these, our colleagues, students and vets have done and let us know. I have no absolutely doubt that we will all behave impeccably today, as usual, that we will keep a distance, occasional social interaction, quick hug or something. It's in human nature. We cannot stop it, and we are not going to judge any one of you whether you wear a mask or not, positively or negatively. It is up to you what you will do. I will wear a mask when I sit down. Unfortunately, I fit in that category that I got priority vaccination in January, my health conditions, my dicky ticker and all the other things. So I will wear the masks, and I'm taking this risk coming here. We would like to have a hotel with the opening doors, but it's not to be, but it's okay. Whatever we planned, gone a little bit pear-shaped this morning. Harriet is not well. Harriet was with us last night. Doesn't look like COVID-related at all, but she is not well. And she said, I don't want to put you at the risk, and she's apologized. And she's devastated. She's in her room, and Rhiannon is looking after her. So, Liz, you said where next? The theme of this conference, it's not mine. It's students last year came up with this idea and 3 ideas what they want in their life, what they heard from you old people last year, these young people. That's how I will refer to today. Old people and young people. Jonathan, you are accidentally sitting here. and that's what it's all about today. We have got a great help of Joe and Zeb. They are professionals, but this is not their equipment. We borrowed this equipment from the Department of Cambridge, from many other places to put it together somehow. And we tried last night and before, but some things just did not work here. Wi-Fi, whatever it is. Welcome to all of you in this room, and welcome to all of you at home, wherever you are. And I hope it will go well. And particular welcome to our students. Can you all please stand up, students? Students at this conference, can you please stand up, all of you? Oh, fantastic, fantastic, and welcome few more. Welcome from all of us. You inspired us last year, you inspired us this year, and you will inspire us in the future to do these things. Now, there is one person who set up the last few years conference, one cancelled and one delivered, and that is Jennifer Simpson. She was a student until recently, and Jennifer is going to run the first session now, and Jennifer will introduce next speaker, Peter Hardwick, and apologies, Peter, and I'll pass you over to Jennifer. Yes, Jennifer Simpson, young graduates, first VPHA ambassador in the UK.
Thank you very much. Hi everyone, I'm Jennifer. I'm a recent graduate from Cambridge, and I was the first VPH ambassador, heavily involved in helping the online conference in October last year. So it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, which will be Peter Hardwick. He is delivering his presentation virtually today and can't be with us in person. Peter Hardwick is a trade policy advisor for the British Meat Processors Association, and he has over 40 years of experience dealing with meat processing, production, and has extensive international links with trade. So I'd like to hand over to Peter to deliver his first presentation this morning.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just waiting for you to put my slides up.
We can hear you anyway.
Oh, that's great. But I mean, I can talk to you without the slides if it comes to it. But I think you'd rather see the slides on my own. It's whiskey. I mean, if you're struggling there, guys, I can probably throw them up myself, because I do know how to do that, more or less. Not that one. Right, here we go. Okay, right. Right, can you see my slides, everybody?
Yes, thanks.
Great. So I'm going to talk to them because obviously you guys are that's it. Right. Okay. Here we go. Right. Oh, I can see you've got the slides up anyway. So right, I'll talk to the ones that you've got up there rather than mine. So I think that's the sensible thing to do. So hang on. Right. Can I just check something with the organisers? Can the people online see the slides, or do I need to go through them on my screen?
I can see the slide.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Stop share then. Right. Okay. So can you still see the slides?
No.
Right. Okay.
I can see you.
Right. Okay. So I do need to share that screen in that case. That answers that question. Okay. Here we go. Right. Right. So people can see my slide. Right. I'm just going to make a very quick introduction as we're running rather late. Though a number of you will know me well, I'm sure, but I have a lengthy background not only in the meat trade, but I spent 15 years in Brussels. Nigel, who I can see on the line, and I spent many a difficult hour during the very many crises we had around foot and mouth disease and so on in Brussels. So I spent a fair time on policy as well as on the trade side. But my formative years were spent in international trade, both in Europe, in South America, and South Africa. I'm going to talk today a little bit about where we are and where I see us going in terms of the complexity that's been introduced to trade. And whilst it's a little tongue-in-cheek, I accept, my first slide summarizes the situation, and that is that the truck driver turns up at the border control post and he says, the next 2 trucks contain my paperwork, because that's how it feels today for many of our operators. And the reality is that what we have is a situation where for the last 45 years, at least, possibly longer than that, we haven't exported meat to the EU. When I tell this to the untrained, you guys will understand it without any doubt. They look at me puzzled and say, "Well, how can that be? Of course, you've exported meat to the EU for more than 45 years." And I said, "Well, no, we haven't. We've delivered to customers in the EU for 45 years. We haven't exported." And I think the best way to illustrate this is to look at a couple of slides, which I admit openly are drawn on some that were produced by DEFRA. The first one I call delivering to customers in Birmingham and Berlin before the 31st of December 2020. And before the 31st of December 2020, an exporter could put goods on a truck anywhere in the United Kingdom. He could drive to anywhere else in the United Kingdom if he wanted to, take off a few pallets, then trundle along down to the coast, cross the channel, drop 3 or 4 pallets in somewhere near Lille, then trundle on to Brussels, drop a few more, and then finish his deliveries in Germany. And plenty of our businesses, our member businesses at the MPA, were doing just that. And there's a very good reason for that, and that is that the trade over those 45 years has changed from full truckloads of meat being delivered to a single customer inflexibly, you'll take it when I tell you to type thing, to a situation where businesses are managing working capital, they're managing stock, they're delivering to retailers on a frequent basis, they're trying to maximize freshness, minimize risk, minimize waste. So once we became integrated into that system within the EU, we were competing head to head with European competitors. And it's true, certainly for the northern part of France, we were capable of delivering onto a retailer platform as quickly as our French competitor. And the reason for that, self-evidently, is it was seamless. But this is what it looks like today. This is the level of complexity we now face to export a consignment to the European Union. And bear in mind that if you have multiple loads to multiple destinations on the same vehicle, you can multiply this process as well. I'm not going to go through this point by point. Milorad will make the slides available to people, but you can see this is a huge step change in complexity, and inevitably it costs a lot more and it takes a lot more time. And it starts right at the beginning from, of course, the requirements for inspection, certification, pre-notification, physical checks at the border, customs procedures, and so on and so forth. So clearly we have an infrastructure which is now challenging the very basis on which we do business. And just really, if we look at those key challenges, the first, of course, is certification itself. And we estimated, and I'll come to a slide in a moment which gives you some detail on this. We estimated sometime before Brexit Day, or the end of the transition period, that there would be a requirement for about an additional 300,000 export health certificates per annum, at a cost of around £200 per export health certificate. I know the official figure is about £150, but with all of the ancillary activities that need to take place, support health attestations and so on, we reckon it's higher. Then the next thing, of course, has been from early on a difficulty with consistency at the border control post. I have to say straight away, and many of you I know at the conference will have had contact with me, a lot of this actually originated, in fairness, at the BCPs rather than at our end. There was clearly a difference in view as to how export health certificates should be completed in many cases, and sometimes I would say quasi-petty issues such as ink colour or how the pages were numbered and so on and so forth. But all these things certainly contributed to difficulties early on. And of course, we had the issue of pre-notification. And to summarise that, under EU law, you have to pre-notify the arrival of a consignment to the border control post at least 24 hours before it arrives. Now, there are some exceptions where, for logistical reasons, the minimum can be 4 hours, but it depends on the BCP as to whether they'll accept that or not. Not all do. And whether they accept that there are mitigating circumstances. I don't work in the fish sector, but generally for fish, they recognise that, but not necessarily de facto for meat. The next issue I raise is one perhaps which people aren't aware of, but it refers back to my very first statement, and that is that originally our terms of trade with the continent were what are called delivered duty pay terms. What that means is that the exporter undertakes all of the responsibilities and costs of delivering the goods to the factory gate of the buyer. The difficulty that arises, however, when the consignment arrives at a border control post, in either direction, by the way, where the EU rules require that somebody who has an EU base becomes responsible for that consignment. So you either have to work with an agent or you have to agree with your customer that the title of the goods or the responsibility for the goods changes at that point. That becomes problematic. And many EU buyers quite rightly said, no, we don't want to change. We want you to deliver it like you did before, or go and buy from someone else who can deliver it that way. So, of course, people have had to take on agents. In some cases, businesses have been able to adapt, mainly those large businesses that have an EU presence. You know, many of our large beef processors are Irish businesses, as people will know, and they have that capacity to adapt and use their infrastructure within the EU to take title of the goods, and many of them do it precisely that way. But not all do. And it's been said all along, and government is well aware of this, that this system discriminates significantly against smaller and medium-sized businesses who don't have that capacity to adapt. I raise logistics in the sense that previously, or prior to the end of the transition period, for the reasons I've explained earlier, a large volume of the goods were exported using groupage, that is, mixed consignments, often with mixed ownership on the same vehicle, going to multiple destinations in the European Union. And that became very quickly unworkable. Literally within days, certainly within a week, most hauliers refused to do it because they had a situation where they had to undertake the risk for the entire consignment, which might be compromised by one small part of it failing a physical inspection or a paperwork inspection at the border control post. Work's being done to try and fix that, but it has meant that businesses have had to adapt either using EU platforms or simply not doing it. And again, this type of small consignment business particularly hits those businesses that are shipping small quantities in our sector as well as in the dairy sector and so on. People are aware of the issues around prohibitions and restrictions, I know, but an unanticipated consequence of leaving the EU was that we were no longer able to re-export to the EU fresh meat or fresh meat preparations. In fact, we couldn't ship fresh meat preparations at all. They had to be frozen. And that has created some complication because there are a number of businesses in the UK that import fresh meat from the EU, do a simple slicing and packing operation, and then re-export it to the Republic of Ireland, for example. And that has not been possible. I believe that's an oddity. It's an oddity, excuse me, it's an oddity provoked by the fact that the EU doesn't list itself as a third country. So when the vet comes to look at the export health certificate and he says, right, I've got to look to find where this approved plant is on the list. Of course, he can't find an EU approved plant on an EU listed plant on the list because the EU doesn't list themselves as a third country. That, I believe, is something that's been addressed. But as you can see, it's frustrated trade. And of course, finally, the Northern Ireland Protocol, or when is a border not a border, or the other way around. Because certainly that has added a degree of complexity, which, as you will well know, has prompted businesses to review how they structure their trade with the island of Ireland. I'm not going to go into detail on that today, because I think that's a subject entirely in itself. So where are we? Well, exports have suffered. In the first few months, exports were down a great deal, 70, 80% in some cases. Some of that, I think, is true to say businesses decided to take a watching brief, stand back, see what was going to happen, and then get back into it. But actually, despite the fact that businesses have learned to cope, exports have still suffered. And that, with the loss of groupage, has meant there's still been a core loss of trade in the region of 20 to 30%. Now, that's a lot by any measure. 10% is a lot. Trust me, if you were working for a business and you went to your boss and said, by the way, our exports are down by 10%, sorry about that, he'd say, well, you know where your P45 is. It's a serious challenge for business for reasons that many of you will be familiar with, and that is that despite the fact that we're net importers of things like pig meat and beef, we don't eat the whole animal. And to balance the carcass and to maximize returns, we need to export certain parts of the animal, even in situations where we're a net importer. The pork sector is a very good example of that. We export about 27% of production, despite the fact that we are shade over 50% self-sufficient, which just shows you how important exports can be. And the end-to-end costs of delivering goods has doubled. It's doubled because of the additional certification requirements. It's doubled because of the costs of having to use export and import agents, customs declarations, and so on. Never mind, of course, the unanticipated increase in transport costs. That isn't part of this, by the way. That is just making it worse. And whilst we've seen some success from government in opening up non-EU markets, I'm very clear that trade supplements our export opportunities. It doesn't substitute for them for all sorts of reasons. And of course, finally, although it hasn't yet happened, it will start to affect EU to UK trade. As you'll all be aware, that has been further delayed. It's not been delayed to help businesses, as is claimed. I'm quite clear about that. It's been delayed for very good reason, by the way, and that is to protect supply chains and make sure there aren't more shortages on shelves, because whilst it's certainly true that the EU exports more to us than we do to them, we are more dependent on their exports than they are on ours. The fact is that the EU was confident to introduce its measures on the 1st of January on the basis that even if exports from the UK were frustrated, stopped or reduced, it wasn't going to affect the availability of food in the European Union. Sadly, that is not true in reverse. Just to give you a quick look at the figures, and I've focused on beef here, but volumes of exports to the EU, this is to July, we're down 29% by volume. To non-EU markets, they were up slightly, about 3% or so, but overall, total reduction in exports of around 22%. And for sheep meat, it's around the same sort of figure, around 21% down. Some of that's down to availability, without a doubt, but we should be under no illusions. There's been a break on exports due to the processes that we have to face. So let's just, the one that will interest you guys the most. We've been tracking the number of export health certificates that have been produced so far, and actually this is a running total, I think, to the end of August, actually. Yes, to the end of August. So broadly speaking, we've had an increase of just under 200,000 export health certificates at the end of August. And I'm very pleased to say, if you multiply that up to the end of the year, that's around 300,000. So we were pretty well spot on our guess. But perhaps more importantly, that represents 400,000 certifier hours, or 50,000 certifier days, or 192 certifier years. So in answer to the question, is there a shortage of vets? Well, if you chuck that into the mix, definitely. If you take that out of the mix, maybe not. But certainly it's a challenge. I'm not blaming anyone directly for this. It's a direct consequence of the decision to leave the European Union, and it's as simple as that. But that's the fact of it. And as I said earlier, that certifier cost to date, if you take £150 for EHC, is around 30 million. But we know it's more than that because of the other costs, support health attestation, staff, etc., etc. So the real cost is around £200 or £40 million to date. And that is a cost that businesses have simply had to swallow. They've had to swallow it, not to add value, not to improve standards in their plants, but simply, and I put it this way, because that's the way I like to see it, to protect the EU, not us. And to protect the EU from standards which, as things stand today, are pretty well the same. I know they are not legally the same, but in practice they are. And I think that has to be thought about. I really do, because the question is here, why under the circumstances? And I'll come to that perhaps a little later on. So what next? What's the way forward? That's the theme of the conference, and I'm going to be a little controversial and suggest a few things. But the first thing is to say, quite simply, the system does not work for fast-moving, just-in-time, fresh trade. Deliveries are taking days, not hours to complete. That vastly changes your competitiveness when you've got products which have a limited shelf life and which lose value as that shelf life declines. When you've got customers in the EU who are retailers, just like UK retailers, have delivery windows measured in half hours, not in 24-hour blocks. So that's something that is starting to fail, and it's creating big problems. The reality is, and I hate to accept this, neither the UK nor the EU are going back. We are where we are, and that disruption will continue. As I said, businesses will adapt to some extent, but the system is set up to fail. The level of complexity, end-to-end complexity, if I go back to that slide showing the total amount of things that needs to to take place, many of which are critical points, that if one of them fails, the whole thing falls down. That level of risk, complexity added into a system where you're trying to move goods quickly is a major challenge. I mean, my honest view is this entire system was set up with a view to dealing with trade thousands of miles away, with shipments taking weeks to reach the European Union, sometimes months. And in those circumstances, this sort of complexity can work, but it certainly can't work where you're trying to deliver fresh food. And if you talk to the Chilled Food Association, you'll understand that in many cases they've just given up. Because in some cases they have products with 4, 5 or 7 day shelf life, maybe a couple of weeks at best, and they simply can't make it work. So I do believe we need an end-to-end review. We need to take processes away from borders. We need to move information electronically, not on paper. And certainly we need to engage to achieve that. And of course, dare I say it, there is no point us doing this on our own. If we're going to set up anything that digitizes these processes, it needs to be done with a full cooperation and fully tied in with the EU. If it isn't, it won't run, because we'll have a very nice system which will end at the border, and then the whole thing just, clogs up again. As I said, digitization will help, and it must be done with full agreement, but it doesn't get rid of some things, of borders and physical checks. You only need to talk to our New Zealand colleagues to understand that. It doesn't get rid of the need for support health attestations. I will cover support health attestations in a minute because I think they're a monster, or export health certificates, or the associated processes. And it doesn't really get rid of time and resource. So if you digitize a form, you still have to have a vet completing the form in one form or another, even if he's sitting in front of a screen rather than with pen and paper. And if he can move the data around more quickly, that will certainly help. But it doesn't remove the processes. I know that there's been discussion about a veterinary equivalence agreement, and it does help, but it does not solve the problem, and it doesn't get rid of the bureaucracy. And I don't believe, as it often is quoted, we can use the New Zealand EU veterinary agreement as a template, because distance changes everything. Absolutely it does. Whilst they have a simplified system, and it certainly is a step in the right direction, they readily concede that even their system would be strained if they were trying to deliver goods within 8 hours of them leaving the factory rather than 6 weeks after leaving the factory. So we need to be realistic about that. And we need to be realistic about where our main markets are for fresh food, including meat. And the reality is they're nearby. I mean, we could play a game of pin the country on the donkey, but I really do believe that some in government think Great Britain sits somewhere in the middle of the Pacific or off the east coast of the United States. It doesn't. It sits 25 miles off the coast of mainland Europe, and that is where our major market is and will remain for a long time, especially for smaller operators. I asked the question, what bit of EU food and animal health law can we ignore if we want to ship there? Someone can put their hand up and say, that bit, we'll tick that one off. But the answer is, overwhelmingly, we have to comply with it. Now, that's equally true, of course, if we want to ship to China, but we're shipping an awful lot more to the EU, and it's a lot nearer by. And the reality is, shipping to a country like China is highly complicated and costly to do. The volumes justify it for certain products. But we're talking about a very different pattern of trade here. And I also ask the question, does it make sense to have a two-tier system with our largest and nearest market? And of course, I don't believe it does. I'm not that naive as to not understand the political difficulty of what I want to suggest. But the reality is the government right now is facing what our chief executive has called a black swan event. We have a shortage of labor. We have huge increases in transport costs, huge increases in energy costs. We have all sorts of other areas of complexity, a massive political problem sitting across the Irish Sea in terms of trying to resolve the Northern Ireland Protocol. And whether it's on a temporary or on a longer standing basis, the government has a choice here to make life at least simpler in this area by agreeing some form of alignment agreement with the European Union. Well aware of the political difficulty of it. The Swiss call their system autonome Nachvollzug, which is autonomous adaptation, if you wish. And whilst it is certainly an alignment model, I don't deny that, there is a degree of independence. Effectively, they sit in a common veterinary area with the European Union, but they do have some independence. An example of that is their ability, for the fact that they do permit the import of hormone-treated beef from the United States. They take a different approach. They have a system based on a minimum residue level as opposed to an outright ban. But it doesn't mean that they are totally restricted. And I do wonder, whenever it's quoted back at me by ministers frequently when I raise this subject, oh, this would restrict us in trade deals with third countries. I said, well, what bit of the law would you want to change? Are you going to allow hormone-treated beef or the use of chlorinating chickens, etc., etc.? What bit are you going to get rid of when you've committed not to do that? And the answer, of course, never comes back, because no one can think right now, I accept, they might do later on, of anything that would de facto restrict our ability to do trade deals with third countries if we align with the EU. I still believe that's the right way forward. Just perhaps as a little bit of as a final remark here, if you permit me, one of our European trade associations recently wrote to the European Commission to ask about pre-certification. This is the production of support health attestations, they call it pre-certification. And the response they got from none other than Koen van Dijk, many of you will know, was quite simple. He said, for pre-certification between member states for exports to Great Britain, the same approach will be taken as already agreed between the member states for all third countries in the framework of the Council Working Group, Potsdam. This would mean that pre-export certification shall only be issued when needed for certifying third country requirements going beyond the EU rules. This means that where the requirements in the certificate are covered through compliance with the EU requirements, no pre-certificate should be provided on the basis that only products in compliance with EU standards can be placed on the EU market. With regard to animal products, we understand that certificates for export to Great Britain do not contain requirements going beyond those of the EU. Now, I would argue you can say that in reverse as things stand today. So what we have is a situation where we are jumping through hoops to meet requirements which actually are our own. And we're certifying requirements that are our own. And if that is the case, certainly under these circumstances, with all the stresses that we're facing, I really do believe some form of alignment model, temporary or long-lasting, is the only way forward. Thank you. Can't hear a thing.
Thank you very much, Peter. We do have some time for some questions. If you... We've got some time... Got some time for some questions that we can take online and also in this room. So I'll start in this room and I'll take it to anyone who raises their hand and I'll bring the microphone over.
Morning, Peter. It's James here from BVA. How you doing? Lovely to see you. I notice you've got a posher background when you're talking to us here than you have when we're in a working group.
I
but
can hear a lot of echoing, sorry.
A lot of echoing. Tech people, what do we need to do?
I'm afraid, and I'm guessing it's the same for anyone else joining virtually, I can't hear you and I can't pick out what you're saying. Sorry about that. Someone might want to just put up a board and say, here's the question.
Should we put a message in the text then? Yeah, sure. You love that part.
Can't hear a thing.
No, not me. No.
Speak through this, or that microphone.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
microphone.
I mean,
Can you hear me
Nick,
over this
yeah,
microphone?
Does it? You know, if you put the questions in the chat, that might help.
Yeah, we'll be doing that now.
Maybe there are some questions for people who are joining virtually. I'm sure I'll be able to hear them perfectly. Right, hang on. Do we need to work with the EU to generate a new composite certificate? You mean for composite products, I'm presuming? Well, of course, there is a whole bunch of new export health certificates coming out. So, and I believe one of them is a certificate for composite products. So, are we suggesting that we need to rework that one? My understanding is actually that there is, yeah, I would agree with that, yeah. That's absolutely right. You can't do this on your own. You can't simplify certificates for export without engagement with the other party. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. That last question there from Mick is a very important question. So the question is, the vet resource for export is 192 vets per year, or vet years. But this is only part of the demand. What about vet resource at EU at BCPs when we carry out checks into GP? There will be EHC costs in EU and BCP vet resource. Has anyone costed the total vet resource? I'm not sure if they've costed it, but the point I guess I was trying to make was that the veterinary costs that we are incurring at the moment are purely to protect the EU and to protect EU consumers, and it seems rather sort of contrary to me to be doing this when actually, you know, we need vets to go out and do inspections, audits in third countries. We'll need vets to manage imports from the European Union. We'll also need vets, with no disrespect to our colleagues in the EU, who claim, of course, that standards are absolutely the same everywhere. To go out and inspect EU sites to check that they meet our requirements, because that's precisely right. So I think that, you know, if you want to avoid all of that, you could at least take the EU transactions off the list. That's a simple view I have, but I think unless you do that, you're going to have you know, a real resource problem. So yes, I agree. I think that the focus at the moment is entirely on providing this certification for export.
All right, I think we've got a system now, so if anyone wants to ask any questions on
Nigel
the...
Gibbons. Thanks, Nigel. Nice to hear from you. To what degree can the grouping stock problem be tackled by distribution centred on mainland EU? Well, it can help. You'll probably know that is how the fish sector have dealt with this. What they have is an end-to-end solution, effectively run at the moment by DFDS, and they consolidate the consignments in GB, and then they actually deliver them to a single point quite near the BCP in the EU, and that is certainly a solution because it provides a single initial destination after which the goods are in free circulation. But there are some issues around fish certification for fish, you'll know better than I do, which aren't quite as complicated as they are for animals at the UK end. It's a lot easier, for example, to put pretty well the entire consignment on a single EHC for fish to a single destination in the EU. The moment you've got different species and so on, it isn't quite as simple. But yes, Nigel, that is indeed something that's been looked at. But you need a haulier that's prepared to do it, and it still requires multiple steps in it and certification of a single point, and you still undertake this risk, at least at the BCP, of a single consignment potentially, querying the pitch. But it is indeed the way forward, and some of the bigger businesses are doing that effectively. So they deliver to their own platform and then they redistribute from there. So yes, that is indeed a solution. Yeah, it is.
Is there anyone else here who'd like to ask a question?
Sorry,
and we can type it in the chat?
Again. Questions. If anyone that wishes to ask a question, can we ask to the room? We will start the question. Oh, okay, I think that's already happening. Have I missed any other question? No, I don't think I have. So, I hope people can share my email, and therefore...
Okay, oh, sorry.
Oh, any chance the Norway system is considered at all, Amelia? Well, I wish it was. I mean, that is, but of course, Amelia, as you will know, they are in the single market. So they may not be in the customs union, but they're in the single market. The concept, of the EU is one which people struggle with until you explain it to them. And as I'm assuming you're Spanish, when you step across the border from Norway into Sweden, you're stepping into Spain, because from a regulatory point of view, that's it, you're in. And it's frustrating to me that ministers haven't got a grasp of this, and I know they're so dogmatically fixated on making our own laws that I think there's no chance at all, if I'm honest, no chance at all, because that really is undertaking not only having a common veterinary area like Switzerland, but saying, right, we're basically going to take on the full body of EU law and make ourselves answerable to the European Court of Justice, which isn't the case with Switzerland. So I think the Norway system is not going to happen now. Great. I think without wanting to hog anything more, if people have more questions, do let me know. Oh, right, hang on. There are more questions. Thank you. I don't believe so, Nigel. I mean, unfortunately, it's not practical entirely to restructure UK meat and products businesses to focus only on domestic markets. I'm not sure if what you're suggesting there is that UK businesses will look to decentralise their European operations. In other words, take their EU bit of their operation out of the UK. That's possible, I suppose. But carcass balance is always the challenge. What are you going to do? We export pretty well all the bile we produce to Italy and some other European countries. It's a long time since we had a four-quarter market for sheep meat in the UK. We just don't eat the whole animal. I think that's always going to be a difficulty. It's certainly true that some businesses, I do believe, are seriously looking at saying, right, how big does our UK business need to be? And could we, if you are, and I'll name names here, I'm sure, because I'm not, I mean, I have no direct contact with them, but if you were a business the size of ABP, for example, you would have the capacity to say, well, let's just see how big the UK business needs to be. At the moment, they're coping with this. I'd have to say it's costing more money, but because they can't sell the whole carcass in the UK, they have to export. But I guess they could look at the size of their business. Yeah, and yeah, I do think there'll be a squeeze on the smaller guys. A sad anecdote. One particular business who, back in the mid-2000s, they won they entered a competition in Brussels for the best beef in the world, and they won it against all comers. And they beat Australia, they beat the United States, they beat Argentina. They were voted the best, and they have stopped exporting because they were a pallet load size business, and that's it. They just can't do it. So I think that's indicative of what a medium-sized, small to medium-sized business is having to come up with. Yeah, Mick, I agree. But we can't, marketing doesn't quite work that way, does it? You don't tell people, right, now eat more of this. It tends to work the other way around. I mean, I feel the challenges are different, and the challenges are that the government has made a decision as to which way it's going on this. It is going to open markets up. It's going to open markets up to more imports and a more challenging commercial situation. The trade deal with Australia is a good example of that. It's been done without any view to nuancing the deal. So we basically have, they have free rein to bring in 35,000 tons of beef from day one in any shape or form. And that could become very challenging. Right now, the global beef market is prices are very high in the global beef market. So actually, we're in an interesting situation where it isn't evident, but markets are cyclical and sometimes they go down. And once that happens, we might find it more challenging. Maybe going to not be the answer, but it's a good. I agree. I don't think the question is. I believe going digital may not be the answer, but it's a good starting point. Do you know why electronic signature is not an option? I'm not aware that electronic signature isn't an option. It's the only way to do it. You can't have scanned copies of hand signatures. You have to have a digitally protected electronic signature, and I mean an electronic signature. Electronic signature is like, if I go into my bank account, one of my bank accounts, I have a little card machine, and I put a card into it, and I sign things through a question and answer code exchange. And that's an electronic signature. So I don't see why an electronic signature can't work, but it has to be very secure, because it isn't someone's signature, it's an electronic signature. Yeah. Okay, that's it from me, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. I'd like to move on now to our next talk, which is by David Hadrill. Can you all hear me? Yep. So David is a consultant for the Food and Agriculture Association in the UN. He's a specialist in international development and emergency response and has worked in over 40 countries. So it's my pleasure to hand over to David now to talk about a global perspective.
Thank you, Jennifer, very much. The last few years I've been working mostly in Myanmar, and one of my colleagues in the regional office in Bangkok, a Chinese vet called Guo Fusheng, he said to me, "How poor are people in Myanmar?" And I said, "Well, they're pretty poor, especially in the rural areas." And he asked me, "How often do they eat meat?" I said, well, I would guess, even the poorer families, maybe, once in a month, or with some fish, they have some animal protein, maybe once a week, once in a month. And he said, well, not that poor then. He said, when I was young, growing up in my village in China, we would eat meat once in a year on Chinese New Year. If it was a good year, we'd have pork. Sometimes we'd only eat chicken. And we were pretty poor. Some Chinese New Year, we didn't even eat meat at Chinese New Year. He said, now, I've done well, I've went through university, worked for the UN, I can eat meat 3-4 times a day, and I do. And that story applies to many millions of people in that part of the world. Why are these global issues important? Because things that happen on the other side of the world affect all of us. You know, the world is more and more globalized. It's a smaller and smaller place. So we need to be aware of some of these issues and challenges. Now, I've worked for most of my career in lower and middle income countries. I also worked for a while in general practice before I set off on this, including some meat inspection work for a Bristol-based practice, just doing red meat work. But fairly early in my career, I started to specialize in work in international development. And I'm going to base this talk around three of the proposals that were made by students and others from the last conference. And you can see in outline here, they were looking for a bit more information on possible roles outside standard veterinary practice work, opportunities to comment and for consultations, and then some of the bigger environmental impact and sustainability issues. So I'm going to address these three areas in this talk this morning by talking a little bit about where I've worked, some current opportunities for consultation and comment, and some of these big impact issues. So let me start with some veterinary roles outside practice, and I'll tell you a little bit about some of the places I've worked. I think these are the countries where I've gone to specifically to work. I've been to more countries than this as part of other jobs, but quite a spread, as you can see, across Africa and Asia and also the Caribbean. These are the places where I've lived and worked for, you know, a year or more. And people often ask me, of all these countries, where are your favorites? It's a very, very difficult question. It's a very subjective list, probably depends on some of the inspirational people you meet, but these are five that I've picked out, which give you some sort of flavor of some of the work opportunities that can exist. I'll start with the Caribbean. I worked on this little island, Nevis, as the government veterinary officer. I was sent there by the British government under its aid program, working mainly with research on this skin disease, dermatophilosis of cattle, which was associated with an exotic tick, Amblyomma variegatum, which was spreading rapidly around the island. But I was basically pretty much the only vet on the island, so a big fish in a very tiny pond, doing everything from small animal work to government beef farms. I think my last job there was to castrate Saddam Hussein. This was a racehorse that somebody had on the island, so I gelded Saddam as one of my last jobs there. Another real favorite, moving from the tropics to very cold part of the world, is Mongolia. You can even see icicles from the nostrils of this horse. I went there first with a European Union funded project to strengthen national veterinary services. Have returned there for disaster response work. My last trip there was part of a team to evaluate the international health regulations against the health services there with the World Health Organization. I've also very much enjoyed trips I've made to Afghanistan. I've been there a couple of times, although I've declined offers to go there in recent years because of the security. If you see this picture here, the odd one out of the three mujahideen is me. An extraordinary trip in which I left my British passport behind in Pakistan and went into Afghanistan in disguise as an Afghan in order to design a development project to train community-based animal health workers. St. Helena, fascinating little place, an island on in the South Atlantic. I was lucky to get a job there evaluating the need for them to have a full-time vet. I flew from RAF Brize Norton to another island, then got on the Royal Mail ship, 5-day trip down to St. Helena. And they do have a vet now. They have a vet called Joe Hollins, who works on that island and has done for the last 5 years or so. And then finally, I'll just mention Bhutan, extraordinary country in the foothills of the Himalayas. I went there when they had their first ever outbreak of highly pathogenic H5N1 avian influenza. Extraordinary country, about 2/3 covered in forest, strictly Buddhist. They have a committee that assesses gross domestic happiness, which assessed my visit before giving me the visa to go. Interestingly, a lot of the houses there have erect penises painted on them, which they clearly feel gives them some sort of luck and protection and fertility in the household. But an absolutely fascinating country. So that perhaps gives you a little flavour of some of the varied work opportunities outside of standard veterinary practice. Let's move on to some opportunities to comment. And just to put this in perspective, we should assess and consider that from a global perspective, the really significant contribution that livestock make to people's livelihoods and to their nutrition. Around 1.5 billion people in the world depend on livestock for their food, income, savings, and for the draft power from animals as well. And very important contribution to diet as well. So when emergencies hit, these can really be serious events for the livelihoods of livestock-owning communities. These 3 pictures show disasters that I've somehow been involved with. We have the Zud here in Mongolia, very severe winter conditions after drought summers when animals enter the long cold winter and without enough body fat, get into negative energy balance, can start dying in millions. This is flooding in the Punjab in Pakistan on the River Indus. This is drought in India. And one thing I'm involved with quite a lot is the LEGS project. Not as interesting as it sounds. It's the Livestock Emergency Guidelines and Standards. But these standards are there to help improve the quality and effectiveness of response to disasters that affect communities who, to some extent or entirely, as in the case of nomads and pastoralists, depend on livestock. There's an online consultation as we prepare the next edition of this book, and we'd love you to get involved with that. Next thing I'll mention is the Committee on World Food Security. This runs meetings and has work streams that you can check out online. It's there for some of the big issues around food, the big global issues. Sadly, there are still a lot of undernourished people in the world. A nutritionist I work with in Myanmar pointed out that actually probably at least half of the people in the world are the wrong weight. We're either undernourished or too thin, or we're too fat. And it's a really gross inequality in the world, and associated with obesity, other problems like diabetes and so on. These are not just first world problems anymore either. These are really increasing problems in countries like India and others, which we used to think of as just poor developing countries. The Global Forum on Food Security and Nutrition organizes various online discussions. I was delighted to see at the start of this talk not only when the students were asked to stand up, what gender balance there, and the presidents of the honourable presidents of the associations. I mean, I think there's good representation here, but there's no room for complacency here. There's so much more that needs to be done, not only on the global stage, it's still in this country to ensure better gender equality. This particular consultation is open until later in November. There's a World Food Forum coming up. This is an initiative that was launched by younger people associated with FAO, and this World Food Forum, it aims to be a platform to engage and harness people who are, interested and passionate about these food security related topics, galvanize action and identify solutions to these challenges. So this is coming up, I think, in October, and if you want to register for this, there's the link there at the bottom of that slide. So let me move on now to the third proposal area, where we look at some of these bigger global issues, environmental and sustainability issues. And first, I think it's worth reflecting on the extraordinary growth in the population of our species. For 10,000 years, our population was more or less stable. And if we look at the last 1,000 years, and even the last sort of couple of centuries, massive increase in population. And this increase is not evenly distributed globally. There's actually more than half of the population in that area bounded by that circle in South and Southeast Asia. Now, this is also associated with trends in the livestock sector. Big increase in the total numbers, relative increase in poultry and pigs versus ruminant species, intensification and a faster turnover, bigger farms, more corporate farms, decline of the smaller family farms, vertical integration with these big companies taking on all parts of the supply chain, and more international trade with these cross-border supply chains. So why are these issues important? Because, and this is an area that I work in very much, they drive a lot of emerging infectious diseases, including zoonotic diseases. And most of the new diseases, the pandemics that affect humans that have emerged in the last few decades, most of them have crossed over from animal species into humans. We've got factors like modification of natural habitats. We've got changes to agricultural practices. And we've got human behavior factors as well. Big trade in animals and animal parts. And these bring us in closer contact with pathogens that our species may never have contacted before and we haven't evolved any resistance to. The huge demand for meat in some parts of the world is leading to extraordinary intensification, and these are a couple of pictures of what look like villages or housing developments. They're pig farms. I mean, this is a pig farm with 9 and 11-story buildings in Guangxi province. I noted that it's on a site designated for forest use. And one wonders, what species of pathogens these pigs may encounter. What bats are roosting in these trees? What insect vectors may cross back and forth between those pigs? And the scale of infrastructural development going on at the moment is really extraordinary. Some of it is driven by China's relatively new prosperity, building dams, airports, seaports, power stations, railway lines. And where all this comes together is that, you know, we have this, this background of viral circulation in our wild species. But from time to time it spills over, maybe with vectors, maybe with direct contact, for example from eating bushmeat. Or it can spill over directly into the human population. And when you get these spillover events, you see this sort of epidemic curve of disease that affects our domesticated animals and sometimes following on for us. I mean, as with the first SARS virus from civet cats into humans. Second SARS virus is the MERS, the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, associated with camels. I mean, that one has a human case fatality rate of about 35%. I mean, just imagine if SARS-CoV-2 had that kind of case fatality rate, what we'd be dealing with in the current pandemic. And the human-animal interface is very real in the kind of places where I work. These are a couple of pictures at the live bird market in Yangon. And, I mean, here we see people barefoot, no sort of PPE, minimum hand-washing facilities. Sometimes they're smoking a cigarette on the job. They're collecting chicken blood in this particular picture. It's a very, very messy process. I mean, any viremia in these birds, every opportunity for that to cross species. And I'm delighted to see that another speaker later today is going to be addressing, I think Simon is going to be addressing One Health issues, because we really need a One Health approach to try to get in there before these epidemic curves go up. We need the ecologists to protect the environment. We need the medics. You know, when all hell's broken loose, we need them to detect, respond, and prevent these diseases. And we need the vets. This is the major area of my work: preventing, detecting, and respond diseases in Southeast Asia at the moment, with particular reference to influenza viruses. You know, the world became very, very concerned about a sort of second Spanish flu or a massive pandemic of human influenza, which was going to be associated with high mortality. And we've continued to have funding for this work. It's not in the news so much these days, but the risk remains as real as ever. This particular slide illustrates the H5N6 subtype findings that we made in our surveillance in Myanmar townships along the border, where there's no permitted importation of food, but it's very cheap to get spent laying hens for meat purposes. They come across the border. We take these oropharyngeal swabs and environmental swabs from cage floors and so on, and we pick up some quite interesting viruses. Some of this work that we do feeds into the biannual World Health Organization human vaccine composition meetings, where they monitor the new flu viruses which are evolving and spreading in the world. It's a very labile sort of virus. It mutates and changes frequently, which is why the vaccine needs to be upgraded so much. But it also gives the veterinary services early warning for new viruses that are coming into the country where I've been working. We do some serosurveillance in ducks as well. Ducks tend not to die from some of these highly pathogenic viruses, so we can pick up antibodies in them which give evidence of past infection, which is often missed by underreporting by farmers. Farmers in Myanmar don't get any compensation if their ducks are culled or their poultry are culled. So it's a fairly obvious economic decision from a farmer not to report any suspicious mortality in that situation. Not only zoonotic or potentially zoonotic diseases, but livestock disease is also emerging in Myanmar. and the area which are of concern. We've had African horse sickness recently in Thailand, probably associated with bringing in some zebras from Africa. The vaccination program there seems to have controlled it. We don't think we're going to get it in Myanmar. But African swine fever has arrived. It's another virus that's escaped from Africa. It's a problem in Europe now as well, of course, with even some recently reported outbreaks on farms in Germany. Have been spreading in the wild boar across Germany. It's a virus with over 99% mortality, no vaccine available, and an absolute disaster for people who keep pigs in absolutely unbiosecure conditions, as do many of the poor smaller households in Myanmar, where they just feed them on household scraps. That way of keeping pigs is really, really under threat now. Lumpy skin disease is another one. This has just recently occurred for the first time in Asia. We detected it in Myanmar last year, and we've got the virus sequenced. We're probably going to have to start a vaccination campaign if we can for that. Another huge global problem in people and animals, a classic One Health problem, is antibiotic resistance, AMR, antimicrobial resistance, with some pretty scary projections in this 2014 paper, which has been much quoted, about projected possible mortalities from associated with AMR by 2050. And in Myanmar, we find that, especially the pig and poultry sectors, they use a hell of a lot of antibiotics. I mean, this is a typical, fairly basic picture of laying hens, not great welfare conditions. When you talk to the farmers there, they bring out these two particular products which are on the same farm, which they feed routinely to the hens as they reach point of lay, contain colistin, which is on the WHO list of drugs which should really be very restricted in their use, because they're still affected against some human pathogens which are already resistant against other drugs. And we had a project which I wrote, which is funded by the UK government. We had I think $1.4 million to address this problem specifically in Myanmar. Sadly, and here's my part of my team in Yangon, who was implementing the project, but sadly everything has changed in Myanmar. I mean, since Milorad came out and spent a couple of days with us there 2 years ago, there was the coup in February, really unexpected, so unnecessary, massive protests in the streets, which have been repelled by the army, just shooting and killing demonstrators. Over 1,000 people have now been killed for peacefully demonstrating, and 5,000 or 6,000 have been jailed, including journalists and so on. It's very, very difficult to carry out our normal work there, and conflict also disrupts the state veterinary services work. It disrupts all our work, and it's a very worrying situation for spread of AMR and other diseases in the region. So those are a few of the topics. I think we should mention at an event like this greenhouse gases. I think in the news lately, the only gas that's been in the news in relation to the livestock production industry and meat is carbon dioxide. There was a headline in the newspaper just a couple of weeks ago saying meat accounts for nearly 60% of all greenhouse gases from food production, according to this study. And this paper, which was just very recently published in Nature Food, points to 57% of greenhouse gases coming from animal-based food production in the food production sector, that is. Beef, particular cause, and South and Southeast Asia, South America, the largest areas where we're responsible. And you know, when you see these farms like this image of the feedlot in Colorado, which apparently can keep up to almost 100,000 cattle, you know, that are not seeing any grass to graze and so on. So it's a very different proposition from, you know, rearing beef cattle on the Scottish hills or the Welsh hills and so on. And we have to be aware of some of the consequences of food consumption choices, like beef produced in these sectors. It's been known about for a long while. FAO was behind this book called Livestock's Long Shadow, very much quoted, also quite criticized. I think some of their methodology was called into question, and the authors, Steinfeld and et al., admitted that, you know, some of their calculations where they compared the GHG outputs from livestock compared to other sectors were somehow flawed. But it is an issue of concern. At the same time, we can look at how our work in promoting animal health can have elements of a mitigating effect on climate change. You know, and this slide sort of illustrates some of those points: reducing the spread of pathogens, healthier animals being more productive, more efficient, and also the role that animals have in helping people get through climate crises and to mitigate the effects of that on their own livelihoods. Animals are repeatedly demonstrated to be more resilient in helping people in lower and middle income countries get through these sort of critical disasters. And then finally, let me mention the Sustainable Development Goals. And there's quite, I mean, one thing FAO does quite well is its normative work. It makes a lot of publications, a lot of talk, a lot of publications. Sometimes a bit slow on doing stuff, but there's a lot of publications out there. And this big book, and all of these are freely downloadable online from the website. This big book, Transforming the Livestock Sector Through the Sustainable Development Goals, highlights two overarching issues: the negative effects of livestock production on global biodiversity and the environment, and the improper use of antimicrobials in stock raising. Should also mention briefly food waste. There's a pretty shocking statistic that roughly a third of all the food we produce is lost or wasted. I mean, some of this is post-harvest losses to rats and mold and so on. A lot of it is just consumption practices in that, you know, people buy food and then just throw it in the bin. They don't get around to eating it. It's a really, really big problem. And in a world where there's areas where there are food shortages, the level of wastage is really quite shocking. If you're interested in this particular topic, I found out recently that there's actually an International Day of Awareness on food loss and waste, and there's a talk coming up in less than a week's time. I think on the 30th of September. I think it's this coming Friday, 9 o'clock to 10:30. But note that that's Eastern time. I think that's New York time. So I guess that would be in our afternoon. And the link is down there on the bottom. I'm sharing the PowerPoint. Maybe some of our colleagues might like to sort of pull out some of these links and email them around in case people just want to have a clickable link to some of these opportunities to consult that I've mentioned. So let me draw this presentation towards its end by concluding with some links to some of these sustainable development goals. There are 17 of them which are intended to be achieved by 2030. And I'm going to mention the first three: no poverty, zero hunger, and good health and well-being, which I think have particular links to our work as we think about it globally. You know, we know that livestock have such an important role in the livelihoods of so many people around the world. And stronger animal health systems increase production efficiency and contribute to resilience in the face of disasters. So there's real ways that we can contribute in our work to SDG 1. Zero hunger, SDG 2. Livestock have a really important role in people's diets, not just in the actual contribution to calories and protein, but also very important micronutrients, especially for those who are malnourished. I mean, I had an experience of working with a poultry project in Bangladesh, targeting women and children through very small-scale poultry production and ownership. And just the occasional egg, people talk about the first 1,000 days, you know, counting through pregnancy and then through the early days of a child's life, have really significant benefits for brain development and set that individual up for life. And then finally, the SDG 3 on good health and well-being. And here, I think it highlights that it's going to be a lot of work for us all. You know, zoonotic diseases cause so much human illness. Estimated, according to ILRI, the International Livestock Research Institute, more than 2.5 billion cases of human illness and 2.7 million deaths a year. And then, you know, this big issue, which I've mentioned a few times, AMR, antimicrobial resistance. Our sector is a big contributor to that. So there's a lot of work for all of us to do. And I'm just going to end this talk by taking you back to the country where I did my first ever overseas work, which is India. And in the rural areas in the state of Gujarat where I was working, this was the kind of clothing that the men, cattle keepers, would wear. It's not so far from the town of Jodhpur across the border in Rajasthan state, and I think if you look at these guys, you can see why. You can see how our horse riding trousers got their name with the local people wearing this kind of outfit. But this is a lady called Hashbaima who we trained as she was already a local person who villagers would contact for help. She had a particular reputation for being good with both births and fractures. And she did a bit of work with people and animals as well. And this was an area where there weren't enough government vets, or certainly no private vets, to serve the needs of the livestock population. So we trained people to recognize and treat some of the common conditions. Hashbaima wasn't even literate, so we had pictorial labels on the various bits of equipment in her kit. Gujarat also happens to be the birthplace of Mahatma Gandhi, and I visited his home, which is now a museum in Porbandar. It's probably where I bought this stamp, this first day cover when I was there. And I don't know if you knew, but Gandhi in his earlier career was a lawyer in South Africa. Like a lot of lawyers, you know, he had a way with words. I think it's quite widely reported that he was asked once, I think maybe when he came to Britain in the 1930s, he was asked, Gandhi, what do you think of Western civilization? And he said, I think that would be a very good idea. But I will conclude this talk with another thing that he said, which is that Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have time for a couple of quick questions if there's anyone here that would like to ask anything to David.
Thanks very much. So Kate Richards, thank you very much, David. That's a really interesting talk. And so my question is about AMR. And I'm just thinking with your range of countries that you've worked in, have you got a feel for counterfeit products that are on the market, and how much, as a feeling, how much that's an issue and how that would be contributing to AMR?
Sorry, thank you, Jennifer. No, this is a really significant issue. Counterfeit products is certainly a problem. Unscrupulous companies sell, and I've seen this in the Horn of Africa, sell things like oxytetracycline injection in bottles that look the same as the well-known Pfizer product or something, but it's not. Probably if they don't contain any antibiotic, it helps solve the problem. But there's also a big problem with underdosing. Some of them have a bit of product in. So counterfeit products is a very big issue. I mean, another thing that in many parts of the world is a problem is illegal importations. And the OIE, the World Organization for Animal Health, asks its member states to report the overall antibiotic consumption in the livestock production center in the country. And where you have unregulated supply, it's almost impossible to know. I mean, Myanmar, for example, has a very long, porous land border. It's just impossible for customs to control the flow of goods that come in. But the other really big problem is that even though most, if not all, countries have regulations in place to say that these products should be available only on prescription, you can just go to any pharmacist in many countries in Asia and Africa. You can say, I've got a bit of a tickle in my throat, anything you can help with. They'll offer you ampicillin and it's, a mixture of antibiotics. It's very, very freely available. It's a really big problem. And I think for the farmers who are using it in poultry production in Myanmar, some of them don't even realize it's antibiotic. I mean, it's another farmer tells them this powder helps your birds do really well. For all they know, it could be a vitamin or mineral supplement or something. They just don't know. There's a lot of ignorance about what it is. A huge need for communication to them to help control this problem. That's why I'm very saddened that we lost this particular project that we had there due to the political situation. The UK government withdrew its support.
Thank you. We probably have time for one more question if anyone would like to ask anything.
Thank you. Tremendous talk, David. I mean, really, inspirational. And I think just because we're short of time, just really kind of keen to the issue obviously with AMR and so many reactive approaches to kind of health are, often the problem. We don't get ahead of the problem. And thinking about the current pandemic, I'm just really interested whether you've seen any kind of solutions to things like vaccine infrastructure. When you've not got a cold chain, how do you deliver large-scale vaccine programs to people or animals? You know, are you seeing any work that's going on in terms of dealing with that? Because, you know, we assume vaccines are a great part of the answer, but how do you deliver vaccine solutions to some of the parts of the world that you've worked in?
Well, this is a huge problem. I heard a few days ago that the estimate is that in Myanmar now 5.9% of the population are vaccinated. And, you know, they have just been experiencing extremely severe wave in the last 2 months. I mean, in my immediate team of 5 people, one lost a brother and sister, another one lost a sister, another one lost his mother, and another one herself got it and was about to be medevaced. She was so bad because the hospitals. I mean, like, that's just in a group of 5 people I work with in Yangon, and the official numbers of fatalities don't go anywhere near showing what the real situation is. I mean, there are no easy answers to vaccine cold chain and provision, and obviously when there's political upheaval and conflict and so on, it makes the situation even worse. I mean, this is not a new problem, and there are you know, there's a lot of work that's been done on it. You know, even in areas without an electricity supply, you can set up sort of paraffin-driven fridges and that kind of thing. So there are ways to try to keep it going. I mean, I even heard when I worked in Bangladesh, these sort of fat bananas that they have there, you can put them in a fridge, and then you can split it, stick a vaccine file inside, take that into the field. That'll keep your vaccine cool for a working day. So, you know, there are all sorts of innovative solutions to it, but it's a very good question. It is a really important issue and problem.
Thank you very much. Can we give another round of applause for David for his excellent talk? Now, this was the Andrew Storrar Memorial Lecture, so I'm just going to hand over to Jason for a few words about Andrew Storrar.
Thank you, Jennifer. Just a quick few points just to explain to explain the background to the Andrew Storrar Memorial Lecture. Andrew, many of you will know of Andrew, or many of you will have worked with Andrew. Andrew was a 5th generation mixed animal practitioner in Chester, a fantastic individual. He was a past president of our association and long-term council member of our association. He personified the One Health approach to the delivery of food production in terms of his work in the Royal Army Veterinary Corps. He was a keen major when he passed away at that stage. He also personified the farm-to-fork approach to the delivery of food safety, linking in his work on farm, and he would have been thrilled to be associated with you, David, and the work that you've been doing and talking about today. So it really is quite a pleasure to have you here speaking on behalf of Andrew. Andrew sadly passed away in October 2006 of late diagnosed prostate cancer. So it's a salutary lesson to us all those chaps out there that of a certain age, to get checked regularly and soon. He was a fantastic individual. I have abiding memory of him sitting in a fountain in Madrid with a glass of Negroni in one hand and a Kiss Me Quick hat in the other. It was a very life and soul of the party, a fantastic man, and he would have been absolutely thrilled to be with us today, and he is in spirit if nothing else. So thank you, David. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. I think we all could go for a comfort break, and pastries are outside on the left, and coffee is served where that room is breakfast room, and we can reconvene in 10-15 minutes. You can bring it and eat it here, and then Jonathan is here. We are a bit late. Apologies to you and apologies to the colleagues on Zoom, but that's life. We are flexible. Thank you very much. All the best. Cheers. Another announcement. You see all these posters around, and lunchtime, go and look at them. And there is a poster about how to saving nature and some species that are flying around and animal byproducts feeding. Just try to read. One of our students, Cecile, from Cambridge, she's doing project on this, how vets and animal byproducts contribute to saving the environment. So try to look at it and ask her any questions. Cecile, can you stand up, please, that you know her before lunch? That's Cecile, and she's happy to answer any questions later on. Now, this is all about students today. Elizabeth Brooks is our next student from RVC, originally from USA. Welcome. And she's on the committee of the Student for Global Health, One Health in London, plus she's one of our newest VPHA ambassador from RVC. So, in the spirit of young people asking old people what they think about sustainability, Jonathan was accidentally sitting amongst you youngsters, so the floor is yours. You introduce Jonathan. Thank you very much.
So Jonathan Statham is a trained veterinarian who combines 25 years of experience and practice with a wider range of industry and academic roles, as well as staying active in the sustainable farming community. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm sorry for artificially reducing my age earlier as well. It was a schoolboy error to sit on the wrong table, but way it goes. Thank you very much for the introduction. And first of all, I just want to also say I'm really pleased to hear that Harriet's that's getting better. We were going to do a slightly linked bit of work, so I have actually just included a few kind of bridge slides and some things that will link to what Harriet was going to cover as well, because we were looking at a slightly linked up presentation. But I'm really pleased to hear she's on the mend. And I'd like to also, before I say anything else, to just say a huge vote of thanks and a huge tribute to the conference organising committee and also to the AV team, because putting these things on under last-minute pressure is hugely difficult. And I was at a conference last year in Canada that I spoke at, and I had an AV disaster where it sounded like I was being machine-gunned every 5 minutes because... And there was a Canadian vet in the second row that filmed the whole thing. He was absolutely deadpan, but he got his phone out and he filmed kind of my pain. And it was a talk about communication and motivation for vets. And at the end of this talk, he came up to me and he said, "I'm going to send you the link because that's going to be the best teaching material that you've ever had." And I've used it. It was really good, actually, watching me dying in front of the whole people there. So can we just give a round of applause, please, to the conference organiser and the AV team, because they've been amazing. So thanks, guys. So thanks for the invitation. It's great to be here. So I have got a few things that therefore cover this whole veterinary sustainability piece, because Harriet was going to set the scene with the bigger picture stuff. So I have kind of put some of that in while I was sat on the kind of the slightly younger table earlier on. Okay, so where next? This is very much about the future, isn't it? And it's great to have the introductions and the energy and the thoughts, because I do think, having heard the inspirational talk that David put earlier on, that we've got some huge challenges, but we've also got some very positive solutions. And I think looking at how we link farm vetting with those big challenges is really what I want to talk about today. So we're going to have a brief intro, a look at practical herd health aspects, and some questions about balance, about how we achieve balance. Then I'm going to kind of bring some of Harriet's themes in and link them together in sustainability. And I'd like to finish off really with looking at some very positive developments that we've got going on, in the UK, and linking globally, hopefully, with those things. Well, first of all, I'm a vet in practice. As Elizabeth said in my introduction, I usually have still got my wellies on at least half of the time. And the test for kind of whether a true farm vet, and this, by the way, isn't a fix. If you reach into one of their pockets, you'll find a rectal sleeve somewhere. So I never travel without one, and it's the usual kind of badge of honour, isn't it? So yeah, I'm a vet in practice in a veterinary practice in the north of England, and also I kind of link together with that veterinary practice has got quite a lot of wide roles and connections, but we've been around for 76 years actually, long established practice, looking at multidisciplinary work, but with very much a focus on the kind of farm and food animal sector. And about 10 years ago, from that vet practice, we sort of span out a kind of an R&D and sustainability company. And it very much came out of questions, what was the future of farm vet practice going to be? How would we look at a new business model? How would we look at actually what was going to be important about being a farm vet? And kind of RAFT came out of that concept in terms of looking at research about sustainable food production, advanced breeding opportunities, consultancy in food futures, but also training and education. Very much focused on kind of training for vets and for farmers. And actually very much about precision livestock farming and precision ag, and we're doing quite a lot of work on that. So we're in kind of new premises, so we do bring inpatients in, so I always like to kind of take my work home. And these kind of 4 areas, they provide some of the examples that I'm going to talk about today of how we make the connection between those big sustainability questions and what it means to be a vet in practice. So I thought I'd been quite busy till I heard David's talk. Well, I don't know what I've been doing the last 25 years after hearing that. But certainly tried to reach out, and RAFT has long-standing connections with various parts of the world. And I'm going to talk about some of the UN work that we've done in trying to make these practical examples come to life. So we're part of a number of sustainability networks at the moment, and pleased that we have carried on through some of the communications challenges of the last kind of 2 years. That work's continued. So it has meant that I've been very lucky to go to, from kind of New Zealand to Canada, and last January, that picture of me, it was minus 35, it was minus 40 with wind chill out on that particular farm. And my cold chain kind of question kind of earlier on is, the work we've done in Africa is one challenge, but also it's the same if you're at minus 40 as well. And we've got big issues with how we deliver animal health and animal health products and animal health solutions, in very different parts of the world. So let's get into a conversation about balance. So I'd like to sort of set out really just some quite conventional herd health discussions first, and then I'm going to look at how they link directly to sustainability and how they provide opportunities. So the first thing is my first couple of years was kind of at James Herriot's practice. It was every kind of cliche and stereotype. I did work for 2 years in Yorkshire for James Herriot. It was basically his son gave him my first job, and that kind of red front door. So it was the kind of mixed Yorkshire Dales practice. And I really thoroughly enjoyed it and had a great introduction to lots of things. But things have changed, and things continue to change, and how to look at veterinary services and how the importance of the vet role has changed is really, a key theme. Because a lot of our work was reactive. It was if there was a cow needed calving, we'd go and calve the cow. If there was a calf that had pneumonia, we'd go and treat the calf. But actually, there wasn't as much proactive work. And I think the key thing now is very much looking at prevention, looking at connections and looking at impacts. It's not just about one dimension. The role of the vet on farm is much, much broader and promises to get broader still. And I'm going to come back to this schematic. I'll apologise in advance a number of times. I'm going to introduce it now. But this point of balance is really a role for the vet in the middle of that, looking to balance the food security issues that we've heard about a lot already, animal health and welfare as a core role of the vet, One Health and antimicrobial resistance to link to Simon's discussion next, and of course all those impacts on the environment that come with that. So what does that kind of mean in terms of, actually kind of herd health? Well, the first part of this is that we've got good systems. We've got good systems and approaches to deliver herd health. We need to measure what's going on, make management changes, and then monitor the progress. And I think herd health management remains a really strong tool for the vet for the future to actually deliver the programs of work that's needed for all of those 4 balancing points. And I think it therefore is about trying to equip vets for the future and vets of all ages to deliver this approach in a much more joined up way. And I think my day-to-day work revolves around kind of 6 key areas really now, where actually I'm looking at these key parts, but I'm always thinking prevention. So whenever we've got a reactive problem, it's then how do we take that into stopping it happening again? So I'm just going to briefly just touch plenty of pictures on these sort of 6 themes. So first of all, lameness and welfare challenges. It's a huge challenge to animal welfare. Lameness in the farm animal sector is something that we have to make further progress on. But education and training is a huge opportunity. I can go and see 1 lame cow or see 10 lame cows, but if I can help train 50 farmers, 50 vets that all go out and they all do preventative trimming as well as much more prompt treatment of lame animals, have much more impact. So for us, we have technicians that we go out and deliver foot trimming, but also major training programs in hoof care. And again, building design comes down to this, being involved right from the start in actually design of buildings to prevent problems, because again, many building constructors are thinking about engineering ease rather than animal welfare and comfort. So nutrition. We talked about nutrition from a human perspective and the fact that we're producing food, but how often do we really get things right with nutrition in cattle? And there's some quite basic things here. Do we give animals the opportunity to actually get access to feed? And that picture there on the left is, we all think, cows, one great happy family, but I promise you that cow was headbutting the cow next door with all the enthusiasm, that she could muster, and was controlling a huge area of that feed trough to make sure she got more than her fair share. But we've got some basics to get right, haven't we? I love going to farms and looking at detailed ration formulation and then looking at the empty trough. We go to kind of 16 decimal places about kind of amino acid formulation, but we haven't actually fed the cows for a few hours. And until we get the basics right, I think, we've a huge room for improvement in getting onto every single farm to make sure that we've done the basics right first. The more sophisticated opportunities shouldn't be ignored, though, and in mitigating things like greenhouse gases, the world of supplements are genuinely exciting. We have got opportunities to feed things to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in cows. But we've got to make sure that in doing that we don't compromise health and welfare and get those things right. And talking about health and welfare, the waste of food being thrown away is one aspect, but the waste of disease is huge. And as a vet, looking at the opportunities for reducing the waste of disease is certainly a big priority. And therefore, infectious diseases, they cross all boundaries. And I think infectious diseases remain so important because they don't respect the good farmer. We can make management herd health changes with quite a lot of those complex multifactorial conditions, but actually single agent infectious disease doesn't respect the good farmer either. And so it crosses boundaries where we can have a major impact on health, welfare and food security if we don't manage infectious disease. The young stock issue is often overlooked, and again we've seen the future. This conference is about the future. Well, it's the same with all of our herds, isn't it? The neglected part of the farm is all too often the young stock. They're not prioritised, and yet they're the future. And we can prevent so many problems of adult cattle if we get things right in those early stages. And the early stage of all, of course, is genetics and making good breeding decisions, having the right animals that fit with the environments that we've got. We try and improve the environment, but have we made the right choices? Have we got the right animals that are in areas, whether it's Africa, whether it's in Southeast Asia, whether it's in the north of England or the south of England? We need to make the right genetic choices to start off with. And I think because of that, there are big opportunities with breeding and genetics to look at making progress in sustainability. So just to kind of recap that, that aspect of this measure, manage, monitor cycle, we need data, we need information. If we don't know at all what products have been brought into countries, it's very difficult to make policy changes. But in the same way at farm level, if we don't know what the current situation is, how do we know if our changes are making improvements or not? And certainly some key things to measure: antimicrobial usage. You know, there's another big global, the Fleming Fund's involved in some really exciting One Health initiatives at the moment. Vets have got a key role to play in effective partnerships, you know, with the medical profession. But we need to measure what we're using. In the same way, we need to measure welfare. Lots of conversations about welfare fail because we don't actually effectively measure, and in some cases don't know how to effectively measure what good welfare looks like. But whatever we do measure, there's an opportunity for vets working in partnership with their farmers to actually, together, make management changes and improvements. And training is a key part of that, but also so is that kind of database and that expertise and knowledge. And whatever we do, we need to go and then monitor the effects and the outcomes of that, because there's always something to learn. Certainly made plenty of management changes that haven't been successful and have had to backtrack fairly quickly and go to plan B. And that learning process is carrying on at farm level, regional level, and national and international level. So, you know, we've had an approach to kind of schemes and health schemes that have looked at trying to do this. And there's often a kind of a misunderstanding of kind of a health plan, you know, the health plan, the static plan being the kind of single point of intervention for a vet on a farm. You know, health plan is a summary of an ongoing dynamic relationship between all the people involved in food production. A health plan is one way to summarize it, but it's really the verb, it's health planning, it's health management, that is really what I think is the role for vets in food production. So we've put various packages together, which I'll just kind of move through, which are just about how to link together to deliver that cycle of herd health. So this is kind of, again, the conversation I had with Harriet about how we were going to link these things together. So as a vet in the field, that's kind of really the day job of providing input very much focused on kind of health and welfare, appropriate use of medicines. But how does that link with the environment? How does that link with sustainability, impacts on land use, on water, as well as on actually kind of, you know, greenhouse gases? So I'm going to try and link a few of those things together, and then I'll sort of finish off with some quite specific opportunities that are coming up. Well, we don't often always clear about what we mean anyway by sustainable herd health and welfare. You know, it's a kind of a buzz term that we can throw around. You know, we perhaps should try and be clear about what we're actually talking about. And again, I'm coming back shamelessly back to my schematic. All of these things are important. Food security is vital. Getting animal health and welfare is vital. And there are trade-offs. So there's an important role for people to help manage that trade-off. Food security, and I was really delighted to kind of hear, what David was talking about, that we've very different issues. Obesity is an issue in a large area of the world, but not everywhere. And food security means a lot more than just sufficient calories. It is absolutely about quality, about access to quality, variety, the whole aspects of social and economic, food access is really key too. So we shouldn't make assumptions about really what food, is in terms of kind of that international perspective. And absolutely, it's about resilience. When crops fail through drought, we can move ruminants, as a confirmed cattle fanatic, we can move ruminants to where there's water. When areas flood, we can move ruminants away from the floods to where there's food. They provide us with a mobile source of milk, of other proteins. They're incredibly important all around the world in terms of providing aspects of food security, as well as providing key aspects of nitrogen fertilizer. We don't have to produce it all in factories linked with kind of chemical and high energy use. We need to make maximum use of that circular economy and of livestock and arable systems working together. So we should also acknowledge that farming does produce threats to the environment too. You know, there's absolutely no doubt that change in land use, water depletion, loss of biodiversity, competition for energy, as well as climate change are a responsibility of the farming sector. The rest of society's got to do their bit with climate change, and so's farming and food. And therefore, as vets, we've got a key role in that area to mitigate that change. So we need to measure this. And again, you know, we heard earlier about livestock's long shadow, and there's been a number of those reports. And there is always argument about the figures. And let's remember that the error bars are often plus or minus 25 to 40%. It's very difficult doing life cycle assessment work on that kind of level. It doesn't mean it's not incredibly valuable to do it. We just need to understand the variation involved in what's going on. And I'm incredibly, you know, proud to say that we're starting to measure these things at farm level and we can make progress. So this is some work, this is some farms I'm working with where we're actually measuring what it would take to get to that net zero beef production. And the answer is, of course, there's some offsetting that's going on with woody biomass. You know, there's tree planting, there's areas of offsetting. Those brown bars are all about how much needs to be done to offset that impact of the beef production. But we can reduce how much of that offsetting is needed with less waste of disease, effective nutrition, good breeding decisions, and good reproductive performance. We can reduce the impact and reduce emissions intensity so there's less offsetting required. And that's a really important role that we kind of can engage in as vets. And the two examples with the red arrow that are on there are actually two different groups of animals that were followed through on a northern beef farm, where actually the emissions intensity was hugely greater in a group that came in with liver fluke damage. It meant they never caught up. Producing a kilo of beef from that group of animals had much higher emissions intensity, all because of the impact of disease. And we should also remember that greenhouse gases aren't new. Methane is not a new invention. It's been around for a long time, and we should be careful again how we measure things, because it is important that we look at the duration of kind of warming potential, not just do kind of quite simple conversions. Okay, so let's just kind of get a bit more into the detail of how vets provide that link. So in managing that balance, these 4 areas are all veterinary opportunities. So first of all, very much the home territory of vets have got a key responsibility for health and welfare. It's not alone, it's in partnership, but that's a key consideration in any of the other areas that go forward. We are custodians on farms of health and welfare. But we also have responsibilities for food production and for food security. That means safe food in terms of zoonosis. That also means the access to a balanced supply of food as well. One Health is a topic that Simon's going to pick up further, but we have major responsibilities, and I'm proud to say that behaviour change has happened and is happening in our approaches to antimicrobial use. And that's something which is an ongoing task. But this final area of the environment is really what I'm going to focus on for the last part really of this talk. So two specific examples. I've been involved in a number of projects, both in the UK and internationally, connecting what I've been talking about with these impacts. And something presented at BCVA a couple of years ago was actually just looking at modelling and measuring the impact on the environment of making those health improvements. So I'm just going to pick a few examples out, because we've said, what do we mean by sustainability? And really I want to ask the question of how much environmental benefit can we deliver through veterinary improved health? Can we make enough of a difference by doing that, beyond our own personal sustainability, less use of plastics, etc.? Can we amplify what we can do because of our expertise? So a few kind of case studies. So just looking at pregnancy diagnosis to reduce the waste of infertility in beef herds. Looking at vaccination against a major infectious disease that's a global issue in the cattle sector. and looking at calf pneumonia as a management disease and looking at use of vaccines and advice to reduce that. If we implemented those changes, so on these charts here, all of that move to the left is about the reduction in global warming potential by delivering those health benefits. And I've circled the kind of veterinary input cost. So the greenhouse gas impact of making those changes is basically in red to the right. Can you see it? It's not very big. It's very, very small compared to the benefit that we get. And to illustrate that, if we look at what it costs to deliver good health care, and again, we need to still reduce all these. This is still about a responsibility to reduce at every level. But if we can save a beef cow that's actually, in a calving, we have a much bigger impact than someone who's not part of that veterinary sector. So we've got a responsibility to do everything we can to basically leverage that improvement. So the kind of final example, and then I'm just going to go to an opportunity if I can. I was really pleased that just before the pandemic hit, that what was meant to be in Chile and was moved to Madrid was the COP25 conference in December 2019. And we've been doing some work with colleagues in Kenya and in Chile, looking at how those changes that I just described in a UK basis, we'd been working with FAO and the UNFCCC to try and model the potential improvements we could make in greenhouse gas emissions on ruminant farms with making those changes. So I was really pleased to get over there, and just want to acknowledge my colleagues from Cranfield, so Adrian Williams in particular and his team for this work. So the FAO had really said, maybe we're missing a bit of a trick here, in that a huge amount of the impact of livestock production is about enteric emissions, and it is about nutrition. And maybe we're not doing all the things that we can do in optimizing nutrition and in health and in fertility and genetics. And so we had the chance to basically ask that question and follow through on the discussion that I've just been raising. So we looked at modelling and measuring using data from the industries in Kenya as well as the UK and in Chile, actually what happens using their inventory information and their expertise when we make those improvements. So if we actually do the herd health, what happens? So 3 examples. We looked again at reproductive performance. So this is assuming that these changes have been delivered. We looked at, again, BVD vaccination. And we looked at mastitis in dairy cows as our 3 key interventions. This is all available on the UN website, and again, I'll circulate kind of links if people want to look at anything as well, very happily. The key thing here is that we inputted those data into the life cycle assessment, modelling. And what came out of this was that if we looked at the average herds in those countries, we got improvement that was still extremely attractive. But if we looked at the lower 10% of performance, if we looked at the difference we could make with the herds that were struggling more, then we started to have really, really big impacts. And for example, some quite basic fertility changes in the lower 10% of producers in countries, Kenya is one of the examples, we could look at reductions of 30 to 40% in their impacts. Because there's so many unproductive animals that don't produce a calf, and there's so many major impacts from that. So we've got some evidence that links together those herd health jobs with actually reducing greenhouse gas emissions and sustainability impacts. And they're cost effective. So the great thing about this approach is they're a win-win for the farmer, because these things actually help their economic bottom line as well as making a difference with sustainability. So the final bit, but the most important bit, is about the future. Now we do like to start training our vets quite young in the kind of the north. There is an issue sometimes with the supply capacity, but we need to retain talent all around the world in this really important sector. We need vets to see that farm animal veterinary work is really important for all those points, but that also it offers a really big opportunity to reduce environmental impacts. And it is important that we adapt. Everyone's adapted for this conference, you know, impressively. And the fact that we're here holding this is something that is a great demonstration of resilience. And the veterinary profession needs to do that too. And in looking at this balance, we need to look at some quite new ways of working. And I'm pleased to say that there are some very new positive opportunities that put vets front and centre. You know, starting in spring next year, the Animal Health and Welfare Pathway in the UK is going to offer support to all farms where higher welfare and higher health animals are the goal. Actually, to have funded support to put vets onto farms that may not have an effective relationship with their vet at the moment, to start a conversation is a really big opportunity, because it will need absolutely vets of all ages and experience to engage with this. It will be a rapid learning curve for vets of all ages, but it will definitely need the open-minded enthusiasm and energy of very much the younger part of the profession to deliver this. There's 3 key pillars. You know, we need to deliver a baseline and improve performance and compliance in what's going on in the food sector and the farm sector. We absolutely need to support farmers to deliver those health and welfare schemes. But also there's an opportunity that we heard about in our first talk of the day about trade. Trade is difficult, and health provides serious barriers to trade. So there's an opportunity here to improve what goes on there as well. The thing that I've been so proud of in these developments is this is about a collaborative approach. So a central steering group with the Animal Health and Welfare Board has worked within a set of really important sector groups, and James is there who leads the vet group at the back. But each sector's got a group of farmers, vets and wider industry people working together that then's linked in with a series of task and finish groups that are producing the detail for delivering this pathway scheme from spring next year. And the questions here are, you know, why get involved in this? And the conversations that I'm having with farmers now are, why do this? And the questions, rhetorical though they might be, are very real. Surely wouldn't it be a good thing to reduce some of the endemic diseases that are costing money in our farms? Surely. Surely it'd be a good thing if we can also get your neighbours to reduce their disease issues too, so that they don't keep coming across your fence and your ditches with them every year. Surely. And also, wouldn't it be good if we could perhaps provide some support for farmers to do that? Because the pressures they're under are real, and they provide a really important role in environmental management as well as in food production. And so I think, you know, we really want to get farmers involved, and vet leadership and support is a key part of doing that. So we feel we have a big chance to do this, but it will need a really big shift of vets to do that. The benefits are big, certainly about antimicrobial resistance, about, you know, trade, but also about all those aspects of greenhouse gas emissions I've just been talking about. We need to put them together into the same place. So there is funding that's going to start from this from April next year, and it will require quite an adapted approach from what perhaps vets have traditionally been doing, but it's up to us to actually prove our worth. So I think the challenge here really is managing that balance is going to require quite a lot of energy and fresh thinking from vets, but I'm sure we can do it. I'm going to stop there because I'm conscious of time and overrunning, but I'm very happy to take any questions, and thanks again for the invitation to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. So we have time for one question.
That looks like trouble. Maybe about 4:30. Yes. Yeah.
Thanks for that, John. Great presentation. And every time I see pathway described, you know, it just inspires me as to what we've got coming and what we're going to, the role we're going to play in it as vets. And really interested in your bits, looking at that greenhouse gas emissions reduction though. And two questions come to my mind. As another self-confessed cattle nut, although one who my youngest daughter insists isn't a real vet at the moment because I don't smell quite as much as I used to, do you see a conflict between our sort of tendency still, I think, within the ruminant sector to treat individual animals in front of us and that slightly more global picture that I think we need to get if we're going to hit those goals? And I think that perhaps our chicken and our pig sectors are maybe ahead of us in that. And sort of related to that, but different, but on your vaccine one, you know, we all, I think, are aware of that paper from Nottingham a few years ago saying about 27% of vaccine goes into animals in the way that it was intended to go in. Is that built into that model at all? And where do we as vets fit into making sure that we get that 27% moving in the right direction?
Thank you, James. That's a two question. That's a double question, isn't it? So, so first one first, and I think, you know, two really good questions. I think so. Yes, I think there's still very much a reactive part of the veterinary job, isn't there? We do still treat, and I think, you know, veterinary incomes coming from that, you know, can be there for a challenge to look for the need to be preventative or proactive. But I do think that's changing hugely, and again, I think. The way that we've got vets being trained and also the way that farmers are actually helping to drive that conversation is pushing a more preventative conversation. I think we have tools. I think I mentioned the precision ag side of it because we have got information to make decisions in a way that we didn't always have. And I think we have got a range of preventative tools, and again why vaccines are so important, that we can perhaps achieve more with those things. Linking the two questions together, though, training, and I absolutely put the education bit in there. I think as vets, our role is massively about education and training. Herd health and training are a side-by-side aspect, and delivering those management changes is about inspiring and leading the kind of the veterinary and farming teams together. So I think we have a long way to go, James. I think there's some physical cold chain challenges. You know, everywhere in the world, you know, there's plenty of farmers and vets that don't actually produce an opportunity for vaccine to work. But I think we've got a great role for training, you know, to make the real difference and amplify it a lot. So, thank you.
Doherty to present Where's Next, One Health Sustainability in National and Continental Global Setting. And Simon Doherty is the past president of VPha. He also chairs the VE Food Safety and Sustainability Working Group and the WVA One Health Education Working Group. And he's now based at the Institute of Global Food Security at Queen's University, Belfast. So let's welcome Simon Doherty to share his experience in bringing the global veterinary community together around the concept and his view in One Health as the critical part of the journey towards sustainability. Let's welcome him. He's on Zoom right now. Not sure if he's there. Can you check? I'll pass the mic to Simon Doherty.
Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah, I'm not. Is my presentation on screen okay? Yeah? I'm saying yes, all good here. Okay, right, I'm going to get started. Thanks very much, and look, hopefully this will very much kind of complement the previous speakers. I've certainly heard Jonathan's talk there, so I'm going to, skip through some of the bits on kind of what sustainability means to us. But I thought it would be useful to kind of start off in the context here. Milorad had asked me to speak on One Health and sustainability in the national, continental and global setting. And it was really to kind of have a look at where the various structures are. You've heard, for example, from Jonathan talking about the global consultancy that he's doing at RAFT and his involvement with the Pathway and with the Animal Health and Welfare Board of England. What we're going to try and look at in the next sort of 15 or 20 minutes is kind of where the various organisations are fitting in around One Health and sustainability agenda. And again, looking at where that veterinary role kind of is. So that'll be useful just to kind of start very quickly. Clicker's not working. Just going to do it here. Just about some of the hats that I wear. So past president of BVA, involved in setting the UK One Health coordination group up. I was part of the team that brought the World One Health Congress to well, virtually to Edinburgh, as it turns out. Doing some work with FVE, the Federation of Veterinarians of Europe, and I chair the Food Safety and Sustainability Working Group there. I think, again, for FVE, that was a bit of a shift. There was a food safety working group previously. It's now food safety and sustainability. And then some work around the One Health and educational aspects of One Health with the World Veterinary Association. I'm a director of Vet Sustain. Some of you will be aware of my involvement with Sendikow, which in many ways, I'm not going to talk about Sendikow today, but Sendikow very much is an example of an organisation which really is about One Health in action. It is about, that combination of human health, animal health and the environment, looking at where we can collaborate to help livestock and farmers and smallholders in sub-Saharan Africa. And my day job since I departed from the BVA team has been at the Institute of Global Food Security at Queen's University in Belfast. So obviously a huge interest in sustainability within that institute. So I'm going to skip through the pain. This is, I use this slide in a lot of the presentations that I do on One Health and sustainability. We know about the environmental aspects. We know around the piece around emerging zoonotic diseases, and we're sitting here in the middle of COVID. We know all of the stories in and around AMR. So I'm not going to dwell any more on that. Just in terms of definitions, again, I don't know whether you've had this definition already this morning or not. Apologies if you've already seen it, but quite often we hear about people sort of doing One Health, right? One Health is not One Health unless it's got all of these elements to it. Yes, it's about people, animals, and the environment, but none of us can do One Health on our own. It is that collaborative, multi-sectoral, and transdisciplinary approach. And the reason I pinged this slide up just now is because I really want to highlight that piece around local, regional, national, and global levels. And the interconnectedness about the health and well-being. So encompassing elements of health and welfare between people, animals, plants has been inserted recently, and their shared environment. So one of the things I was involved in doing as a BVA officer, and it was one of the outputs from the Vet Futures project. I mean, you should be hopefully aware of the Vet Futures project, a joint collaboration between BVA and RCVS. And one of the outputs of that was the creation of the One Health Coordination Group. And it really was to put, if you like, our money where our mouth is. If we're going to do transdisciplinary collaboration, let's get all of the relevant people together to talk about One Health collaborative projects. So the ones that are sort of closest, the logos that are sort of closest to the little icon in the middle, were I suppose the founding members of the group. And we've recently then had the British Dental Association and the Royal Society of Biology adding into that group. And you can see there that VPHA is very much at the heart of what we do within the One Health Coordination Group. But in order to help people understand what One Health was about, we created the One Health in Action report, and it's downloadable. You can see the link there. I would encourage you, if you haven't already explored it, go and download the PDF from the BVA website and have a look at it. And it splits One Health up into a number of chapters which touch in and around those transdisciplinary elements. So everything from zoonotic diseases and antimicrobial resistance. Am I still okay? Yeah, will I keep going? It looks like the team in the room have maybe lost me, have they? Possibly? Just going to wait.
Some of us are still here with you.
Are you online? I think everybody that's online can probably still hear me just as if I'm on a Zoom call, but I'm not sure whether the people in the room can hear me just now. It looks like they are fiddling with screens and things like that. I can see the people in the room. Can somebody nod or wave if we're okay? Oh, right, we are okay. Okay, well, I'll crack on then. Right, where was it? One Health. So the chapters in that One Health report very much kind of reflect the elements I've been talking about. So antimicrobial resistance, aspects relating, we know that there's a link between domestic abuse in animals and domestic abuse in people. There's a section on that. There's a section on mental health and well-being, a section on emerging zoonotic diseases. So it's the idea was that we wanted to really sort of pull together some projects that really kind of champion what One Health is kind of all about. And we got a good bit of PR around that when we launched the report, and really what we try to do when the One Health Coordination Group meets is to share each other's stories. So the Wildlife Trust, for example, have done some fantastic stuff around getting people out into green spaces to explore green spaces, possibly with their companion animals, and bringing in an element of responsible pet ownership. A really nice sort of alliance between the Royal College of Nursing and the British Veterinary Nursing Association around a campaign about passive smoking and the effect that passive smoking has on your pets. And obviously if there's cats in the house, they lick their fur and actually end up ingesting a lot of the harmful chemicals and things that are in cigarette smoke. So again, just really great collaborations there in that sort of One Health space. The Sustainable Development Goals, this infographic now is it's ubiquitous, it's everywhere. I noticed actually even now that I'm based in academia, apparently university league tables matter, and the new rankings came out recently for the Times Higher Education, and I noticed interestingly, so for example at Queen's here in Belfast, we're ranked within the top 250 universities in the world. Yep. Grand. The university would like to be in the top 200, if not higher. But you take league tables for what they are. Interestingly, Times Higher Education have started mapping, research and impact with the Sustainable Development Goals. And Queen's University comes out at number 6 in the world for life below water, which is SDG number 14. And number 11 in the world for life on land. So hopefully from that we can take that we're doing something all right in the School of Biological Sciences and the Institute of Global Food Security. But these SDGs are a really useful tool at helping to define what sustainability is. Jonathan touched on this element of balance, and it's about balance. I see One Health as being the journey, this transdisciplinary collaboration that will take us on a journey towards sustainability. And if you like, sustainability is that, that end goal, that place where everything is in balance, our impact on the environment, or in fact, positive effect on the environment, economic aspects of sustainability, our businesses need to be sustainable economically as well as environmentally. So we want to embrace all of those different elements in what we mean by sustainability. So we use the SDGs then to really form within Vet Sustain to create 6 veterinary sustainability goals. Now, when we set up Vet Sustain, the last thing we needed in the veterinary profession was yet another membership organization. So Vet Sustain was established as a community interest company to work alongside the existing membership organizations. And we've done, a bit with BVA, we've done some stuff with BVNA, and we continue to do some stuff with SPIVs. And obviously the fact that I'm here today, shows a willingness to look at sustainability aspects across VPHA and AGV as well. But you can see there is a bit of reflection in the UN sustainability goals. So aspects relating to wildlife and the environment, the sort of broader environment, Good life for animals, you know, looking at the sort of animal welfare aspects, you would expect that to be in there, both given Sean Wensley's influence, but also the fact that sustainability is that piece around well-being. The health and happiness element is very much in and around both the health and well-being of our animals, but also the veterinary professions, the veterinary practice teams, and beyond that then, you know, our clients, our animal-owning clients as well. Net zero warming, no waste society, and enough clean water for all. I really like this sort of short little definition of sustainability from Newcastle University, and it's enough for all forever. So enough, it's yes, we need to increase productivity, we need to reduce waste, we need to reduce our environmental impact, but it's not all just about creating more and more and more and more and more. It's about creating enough and then getting it distributed. For all, you know, it's the equity part there that we want to, you know, to bring into it, and forever, and that's bringing in the aspects relating to the next generation. We can't go and keep plundering the land. We need to have something that is sustainable, you know, in terms of the environmental aspects for future generations. So just a little bit, very briefly, about the structure of Vet Sustain. We have 4 working groups and a board of directors, Food and Farming Working Group, Greener Veterinary Practice Working Group, Vet Curriculum, and Communications Network and Engagement. And we're working very closely with the likes of the Australian Veterinary Association, with AVMA in the States, and a number of other veterinary-specific sustainability organisations around the globe. So we're not all kind of reinventing the wheel. We're sharing experience in that respect. So the Food and Farming Working Group is, you know, a lot of the stuff that Jonathan's alluded to, looking at carbon, looking at methane, looking at how we actually take the information that we have. You know, we now know that it's quite easy to well, it's relatively easy, given the right kind of setup, to measure carbon dioxide and methane emissions from ruminants, and how we can manipulate that. What's less well understood is how much of a carbon sink our grasslands are, and our pasture land, and a huge amount of work kind of going on in that particular area. Greener Veterinary Practice Working Group, and this is just one example slide here around the use of surgical textiles, but you know, looking at everything from waste disposal to single-use plastics to anesthetic gases, and how they're used, and the veterinary press is full of practices doing some absolutely amazing stuff in this space just now. But we are a scientific profession, we are an evidence-based profession, and you can see there that we have a peer-reviewed reference there for what we're recommending, you know, in terms of when it is suitable to wear, you know, single-use gowns and gloves, and when it's probably better that we should be looking at reusable gowns, but also then taking into account the things that if you're reusing them, then there's water and power associated with washing machines and tumble dryers and all that kind of stuff as well. So thinking about all of that in the bigger picture. Hopefully you will have seen, and certainly those of you that are BVA members should have had a copy of this with your vet record, which, by the way, is now in paper wrap. Fantastic. You know, the officer team has been fighting long and hard for that, and it took I suppose a change in publisher that we finally got that over the line. So that's good news in that respect. But the Greener Veterinary Practice Checklist, we want people to start taking small steps. We appreciate that, you know, for us at Vet Sustain, there's a bunch of us here completely passionate about sustainability. But what we want is for every vet in the entire country, regardless of what part of the profession they're working in, to start thinking about taking some small steps that they can then build on and build on and build on. It's not about a small number of people doing lots about the environment. It's about everybody starting to take some of those small steps, but starting to take them now. And really kind of measure what they're doing and then see how they can go forwards. Vet Curriculum Working Group, this is our sort of an output of an online session at the VetEd conference this year. Again, Vet Sustain working very closely with VetEd conference, but also with Vet Schools Council, and with sort of ambassadors at each of the individual vet schools. Again, this isn't about wholesale curriculum change. This is about injecting sustainability and One Health approaches within what we're currently teaching. We're not trying to create more work for the vet schools. It's just about sort of aligning that with sort of One Health and sustainable approaches. And you can see from this slide, as I mentioned, you know, we've done a lot of talks and webinars and podcasts and all sorts of things, but we have to change, we have to move beyond talking about One Health and sustainability into action, and that's what we're really sort of moving forwards. Look, obviously, you know, some of this started, you know, within the membership organisations. I was very proud, and really kind of James was involved with this as well when he came onto the officer team in this BVA position on sustainable animal agriculture, and how it linked in with some of the other work that we've done around farm quality assurance schemes and linking with animal welfare and so on in that respect. And we're currently then working on, it's been slightly delayed with COVID, but we're also then working on a BVA position on UK sustainable aquaculture as well, because aquaculture gets a terribly bad name, with a lot of which is actually quite unfounded. I'm a certified aquaculture vet, and we're just not good at telling our story. A lot of what is portrayed in aquaculture is, you know, is sort of 10 or 15 years, if not more, kind of out of date. You know, we're sort of using, you know, bucket loads of medicines thrown into sea tanks and stuff like that. It's just not true. At FVE, so we released this paper just at the last GA, Vets Commit to Sustainable Food Systems, and again a paper that helps to contextualize the role of vets in One Health and sustainability. I think it's fantastic. We're taking some of our experience from the UK and sharing it with colleagues throughout Europe. But there are some fantastic folk, you know, in France and Italy and beyond who are doing some great work in sustainability as well. At WVA, look, obviously celebrating One Health Day, you know, is a really important element of what we're doing there. And the working group that I sit on at WVA level is again looking at the global veterinary curricula, not just kind of UK or Western Europe, but looking at global veterinary curricula. And actually a lot of the African nations, for example, take One Health approaches very, very seriously and still do a lot of work between, you know, medical students and veterinary students and so on at university level. And so we're looking at how we can get a more joined up approach with that. And also then working very closely with the World Medical Association, OIE, and the World Health Organization and so on as well. So that's all good stuff. The opportunity to speak, you know, the Vpha family, and there may be a few people who on the call who are actually at this reception. The Vpha family, so I'm thinking Vpha, APHA, Food Standards Agency, CFAS, and so on, Veterinary Medicines Directorate, had a reception, this is the year before last, linked to the OIE General Session in Paris. And again, it's about spreading the word about sort of One Health and sustainability approaches and what we can offer. And this was held at the ambassador's residence in Paris, and very, very well received. I think a lot of people just didn't realize just what stage we are at. And for those vets that are working within government, this is as applicable as some of the stuff that Jonathan was talking about, you know, in terms of consultancy or in general practice. How we approach One Health is really of critical importance, and I would urge the entire vets in government, Vpha family, and the DAs to really you know, continue to embrace that. I know certainly here in Northern Ireland, pre-COVID, CMO in Northern Ireland's otherwise engaged at the minute, but Robert was working very, very closely with Michael McBride on approaches to antimicrobial usage, antimicrobial resistance, and I know certainly Sheila, Christiane, and Christine have, you know, all been involved in some of those conversations as well, and we need to continue those as we come back out the other end of COVID. I mentioned the World One Health Congress. Look, it happened. Yeah, it was a fantastic event. We would love to have had it in Edinburgh. It ended up going online. You know, that was just, yeah, COVID hit. But actually, we made the decision that there was never a time where it was more important to have a conference on One Health, and that's why we moved it online. And it was a really tremendous feat to be able to do that. But you know, literally, you know, thousands of delegates. It was immense. It was a huge event and really very, very well worthwhile. And again, a great opportunity for us to talk about what we were doing in the UK in and around One Health and sustainability. I'm coming towards the end. Milorad will be pleased to know. And so I just want to do a plug for One Health Lessons. I know that there are a lot of HEV and VPHA members who have talked to me at one time or another about becoming a STEM ambassador. And again, the role that, you know, Jonathan had that lovely photo of the kids all in the milking parlour. I think we all have a fantastic role to play as ambassadors of animal health and One Health and sustainability, and the leadership that we can give there to really stimulate the next generation. One Health Lessons, I'm working very closely with Dr. Deborah Thompson, who is based in Washington, DC. And Deborah is, she's a qualified teacher as well as being a qualified vet. And she put together these One Health Lessons. The training, it's dead simple. You kind of go on, you learn a bit about the lessons, and they get you to deliver a few lessons online. I did mine in California. Talked to kids in California about COVID. You know, absolutely fantastic. And for those of you that are STEM ambassadors and are happy to kind of get out there and talk a little bit about One Health principles, this is a really nice way of getting involved, and certainly for any students that are you know, in here, get involved with One Health Lessons. Deborah's constantly looking for interns to assist with the program, and again, fantastic opportunity. So like, I'm going to leave it there. Hopefully, really what I wanted to try and do there was give you a taste, a flavour for what we're doing at a global level through the veterinary associations in and around One Health, and where we're linking up with other people in and around sort of One Health and sustainability, and promoting best practice going forward. So I'll wrap it up there. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. I think we have one question. Is there anyone who has any question?
Simon, are you going to be with us later on? Are you going to be with us later on in the afternoon?
No? Millerad, try that one again.
Are you going to be with us this afternoon on the conference on Zoom?
I may be in and out this afternoon, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. One question, if anybody has got now. No.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think everyone is ready for lunch. Is there any questions on the chat? Maybe we can check.
There is one question.
Right, Simon, if this gives too much feedback, I'll text you, okay? Simon, there's a number of people in the room I know are really interested in what happens next with One Health, and how do we make sure that we bring all the different disciplines with us outside of the veterinary family as well. What would be the next step you would like to see to really reinvigorate the agenda around One Health?
Yeah, so it's interesting actually. Mick has put a question in the it's just popped up here in the chat. Simon, thank you once again. One Health is pushed very hard by the vet profession. Are we seeing a greater appetite in the medical profession? Like, I think, you know, part of it has been really helping, and that's part of the reason I always come back to that definition of One Health. It's not that I kind of want to just, you know, but it's useful just to sort of drive that home a little bit, and just remind people that One Health is only One Health whenever there is that cross-disciplinary collaboration. The medical profession having an opinion on how livestock vets use antibiotics is not One Health. You know, the vets and medics sitting down together to work out, you know, the best way to classify medicines and to reduce usage, and talk about the social science aspects of, you know, behavior across, you know, across different disciplines in relation to prescribing and using antibiotics and antimicrobial stewardship. That's One Health. So I think it's still a fair question, James. Interestingly, we have had amazing engagement from the British Dental Association, and I think, I mean, certainly through COVID, BMA, and the medical profession as a whole have clearly had their mind, on other things. But I think there is more of a realization, and I think actually COVID has helped that. I think the very fact that we are, dealing with an infection that probably came from a wildlife species has really and has affected the UK. Ebola, for example, seemed a little bit distant. All of the impact of the work in and around rabies. Rabies is another really good one that I use as an example of One Health. If you had 100 doses of rabies vaccine, what do you do with it? The politician wants to vaccinate babies. The doctors possibly want to vaccinate people. The vets want to vaccinate dogs. But actually, whenever you get everybody sitting down, working it out, there is that kind of piece that you realise that the best place to put the 100 doses of vaccine is in 100 street dogs that are likely to bite people. So that's One Health, and I kind of use that regularly as a sort of example. But in the UK, sort of rabies. There isn't that same engagement other than sort of, which boxes do I have to fill in, when I'm applying for, an animal health certificate. So it's, the engagement in and around that pre-COVID, you're absolutely right, was certainly tricky. I think we are seeing an awful lot more engagement now, and I think we will kind of coming out the back of COVID-19. And I think even just the fact that in the last 2 years, the environmental aspects of One Health have risen so much up the agenda. Some of the extreme weather that we've seen, the wildfires and so on layered on top of COVID. We have now people regularly talking about a climate emergency, whereas 2-3 years ago it was Extinction Rebellion who were talking about climate emergencies. We're now seeing that as sort of widespread. So that approach is now, I think, is becoming much more widely accepted, as within that. I will wrap it up there. Let you move on.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. We are changing a little bit plan, obviously. It's 1 o'clock. It's lunchtime. Of course, we are going for lunch now. And we will have these 2 short sessions after lunch. If you look at your program, there was a question in this program that our students would like you, old people, to consider and to help them to understand something. And the question is, now we have heard a little bit about sustainability from our fantastic speakers. We know a little bit about sustainability, and there are about 1,750 years of experience in veterinary public health or One Health in this room. And Louis's years count 100 years out of all those 1,700. So if you can come up, old people, with some good examples, how farmers think about this. It is your opinion about people in agri-food industry. What makes them today make these changes? What motivates them? What will motivate them apart from money? So we're not talking here about politicians. We're not talking about consumers. Just don't tell the answer, or tell farmers to convince Boris Johnson and the other guys to do something. No, it's not the answer. Try to think a little bit wider and liberate your mind. And students will have a few flip charts for these sets of row. One flip chart will be here, and after lunch, I mean, not now, during the lunch, spontaneously, one will come to a student and he will write quick notes and keywords what you say. That's for this row. And this row, one flip chart, will be in the end there, on the bottom of. That's, you walk to the bottom and one of the students will be around there, or you just take mark.
It's a bit of a killer question. You know, it is a big one, isn't it? So we're going to have a look at these points here. I recognise the handwriting. So suggestions. So we're going to look at these points. I'm going to work across here, and I'm happy to take audience participation, but if not, we'll just kind of work through it. So first suggestions are that recognition and appreciation from peers and public. It's not bad. It's not a bad suggestion. So in terms of trying to motivate the global agri-food complex to kind of change its position. So recognition, appreciation from peers and public, I think that's fine, isn't it? So value added to their products and evidence that what they do will work. So any thoughts? If we had to rank these three, so what do people think is the most important? Recognition, appreciation from peers, value added to products, or actually scientific evidence that it works. What do you think is going to have the most traction from these three at changing what big industry will do? It's really bad with masks, isn't it? I can't hear. Shout, sorry. Okay, so recognition. I'm going to come to this side as well in a minute. So basically recognition that what they're doing is making a difference. Yep, I think that's good. Any other thoughts as well? How important are these going to be in relative terms to changing behaviour? Anyone else? Any other thoughts? Value added to products. Are we seeing value added to products? Are we seeing environment? It's just going to work over here. Is that all right? Not bad. Got away with it. So I'm going to just compare those thoughts to these ones on this side, because I know that these are really high quality. Because I know this was the best group from earlier on. There's no bias in this, by the way, at all. But green is the best. They even had the best colour pen, so you can tell. So picking up on those points, let's look at some of the kind of common ground on this. So in answering that question again, what's going to motivate industry? And that's the key bit, isn't it? So we've got recognition is really key, and it is, isn't it? That basically both peers and public, if the general public are actually going to see that's a difference, and we've got that on here as well, consumer perception, reputation, and also therefore media attention. So in terms of motivating change, if we've got media stories showing that we've got either good news or environmental disasters, pretty powerful in terms of industry changes. Please see we've got ethics on here, because there are some, definitely some out there, even with big industry. So it's right, it's on the list. Above that, though, we have got money and efficiency of production and profit. And it is kind of quite visible, isn't it, that big business changes what they do when they get more profit. You know, shareholders demand changes. And so it does feel that monetary pressures are maybe really key in some of this motivation of change. So how do we associate profit and change with industry making changes? So customer-led, I think that's a great point, isn't it? Is this kind of push and pull situation, isn't it? That if customers are demanding things, the market does supply them. If someone thinks they can make a profit by producing that eco product, and looking at advertising and marketing now, it's amazing, isn't it? The amount of, you know, just look at the next set of adverts that you see, whether it's on social media or on anything. Count how many of them have got an environmental tag. It's amazing, isn't it, the change? So I think that's a really good point. So therefore, adding value, but the customers are demanding it to start with. Yeah. It's a big marketing ploy, and isn't that the big question? Is if you compare what people say they want with their buying behaviour, there can sometimes be that gap, and that's a difficult gap, isn't it, for producers to fill, because if they're being asked to add that value, but they're not getting paid any more money to produce their animals, in enhanced conditions, that's pretty tough. But it's definitely part of that conversation, isn't it, is that the ethics, the customer drag on that is really big as well. Okay, so fire away. It's a good point, and again, this excellent group you see in the kind of the green team here had got legislation and regulation in there, because they're key factors, aren't they, in driving and motivating change. If we don't have that kind of regulatory barrier, if we don't have any elements that legislate, then price wins, doesn't it, a lot of the time? So it's very difficult, and we see that as a big pressure in terms of managing that market. So it's a really good point. There's some good common ground. So some of the kind of slightly less able kind of group over there have still got some of the things right. And I think evidence and research, it does kind of help to have some scientific evidence sometimes, doesn't it? It's kind of good to be able to show something works. Maybe not all the time, but it helps. So I think we have got some of that in there too, which is good. There's a really nice point on here about competition, though. And we had a really good discussion in this group about how we're seeing a lot of change because of fear of the competition doing it first or doing it better. So when one part of that kind of agri-food industry changes, you see other movement very quickly because of fear of the competition suddenly changing ahead, and I thought that was really good on that too. So we're going to go to the pink group now, and in terms of picking out some of the common ground again, there's an ethics on welfare. I think comes through really strong, doesn't it, on here? That's a key point. We've got some common bits again on legislation and policy too. Customer demands. I think there's some interesting bits here in terms of the regulatory part. Cross compliance. Good to see the animal health pathway on there. Excellent. Good traction. We like that. And certainly that is an opportunity for change, isn't it, as well, which is great. Customer perceptions, brand reputation. So isn't that interesting about how kind of brands are starting to associate themselves with environmental sustainability and trying to make those changes too? I mean, on the money front, I mean, some of the farmers I work with are already doing carbon trading. So they're already actually seeing their farm as having environmental assets that they're actually trading. And so they're looking to farm the environment in a profitable way. And although it might seem distasteful, it's achieving the ends that we potentially want to get to because they are farming more sustainably and they're looking at their impacts. What do people think about farmers actually kind of looking at their farms in that way? What risks might there be in this early stage of that, in trying to motivate industry to make changes? What are the risks with farmers starting to trade bits of their farms as carbon credits? Any thoughts about what might be a bit of an issue at doing that in this early stage anyway? I can tell you one of the things I'm concerned about is doing it too cheap. There are now major agri-businesses that are going to farming groups to offset their basically industries by buying areas of woodland, areas of regenerative kind of farming. And at the moment, how do we know what the value of it is? And we've got farmers that actually can offset their food production against their woody biomass, against their overall sustainability of their farms, but they're giving it away. So actually it might be that there's large companies that are spotting the opportunity and they're buying up environmental assets cheap. So the key thing at the moment is advising farmers not to give away the crown jewels of their peatland areas, of their woodland, and as well as grassland, although there's an element of how long you have grassland down for that's important. So motivate industry to make changes, is also, again, that money factor comes in. We've got to be careful that all parts of the industry are included in that as well, I think. Okay, so in terms of this discussion, we've got some really good common ground there. I asked a bit early on, what's the most important? So I'm going to ask that question again. We've got some common themes here in ethics, money, customer reputation, a bit about science and evidence, regulatory changes. Any ideas which are the most important? I might even get a pen. I'll get the green pen though. Which are the most important then? If we're going to rank them, and when I say most important, I mean in making the difference to make changes in industry. I'll shout out, and we've got money and profit, okay? We've got kind of consumer perception and ethics. We've got research, and we've got regulatory. Good point. Big question. So let's wrap that into regulatory. You know, I'm just thinking if we had to say how we're going to pull levers to change the way we produce food in terms of impact, we can pull levers about profit, we can pull levers about regulation, we can manage what's going on in terms of perception, and we can do the research and prove the science and get that out there. Which are the ones that are going to make the biggest difference, though, the fastest to how industry changes? I mean, anyone argue with that if you want to make a change? The demand for it? Yeah. I think that's a very good point, isn't it? I mean, yeah, if there's a market for them, yeah. That's maybe a key thing with the welfare discussion, because people are saying they want to buy high welfare, but actually, yeah. And so maybe controversially, I'm going to agree with the profit and money as number one in terms of motivation. So, and I think maybe demand, I think, comes into that, doesn't it? Because the demand is driving the kind of the need and therefore the opportunity to make the money. But then what comes after that with kind of consumer perception, that's also linked with demand, to be fair, isn't it? So reputation, brands, consumer perception, is that more important than regulation? We talked about CAP. Oh, we've got a split decision. We haven't got a clapometer, have we? So okay, so we've got maybe regulation versus consumer perception. Yeah, so maybe is that where the dance of so. Right. So strong bid for Liz for regulation to go last. Okay. So there was one question at the back, I think, sorry, first, and then I'll come. Yeah, so slow and lower rank. So poor old regulatory's had a bit of a kick in there. So I've got some more. Was there one question? I know there's some over there too. So I'll.
Yeah, just a comment on the chat. They said that the rewards, like linking to profit, I think the rewards are the main motivation, but it may not always be an economical reward.
Okay. Yeah, really good point. So rewards. Nice. So we can put the challenge into the chat to suggest some different sorts of rewards then. Points mean prizes. So, okay, so we've got profit there. Regulatory goes into last place on Liz's direction. So low and slow is. Can I just check were there any questions outstanding on this table? And I'll come over to there, Madeline. Sorry. very fair point. So regulation, how would we enforce it and how sophisticated could we make that? It's a very fair point indeed. So shall I just go to Madeline first, sorry, then. Yes. 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 I'm moving away from Madeline again now. So So in last place, but maybe just not quite as low down as it was before, Madeline. So, no, point made. So, yeah. So I think we're letting regulation definitely have a seat at the table, aren't we? Now that's very. Collins.
I was going to make the point that whilst consumer power is very important, I think the vast majority of consumers don't actually know what they want and they don't understand what they want. For example, we've got excellent farm assurance schemes like Red Tractor and the like, and yet I suspect the vast majority of consumers just don't understand what they mean or what they do. VPha have done a lot of publicity on farm assurance, so I think that one thing I would say should be quite high up the menu is trying to ensure that consumers are suitably educated in what they're getting and what's going on and what the standards can be.
Thank you, Colin. So I'm going to put education on there as.
Jonathan, I just want to add to that. The single most impact that I think has had in the farming community in the last 6 months is Clarkson's Farm on television, because everybody's talking about it.
Yeah.
And that really educates the public, and that's what we need to do.
So I think a big bid for education. So that is education heading to kind of second place then at this rate now. I mean, I'm shamelessly putting the regulatory down the list, even though Madeline's going to throw something at me in a minute, I think. But education, because it maybe does link, doesn't it, to both the scientific evidence side of this. It links to understanding what added value means. If we don't know what that means, it doesn't give us any traction. But also maybe it's that aspect of kind of consumer power doesn't really achieve anything if we don't know what actually we're buying. So education, and that has all sorts of aspects. So who are we educating here? It's just my follow-up question to that. Everybody. So literally at all stages: producer, consumer, industry, vets. Okay.
Maybe if you can wrap that one up and they can tell us what they think, what worries most them as a vets. We are talking about farmers now, agri-food industry. If you can make final comments about this, please.
So I think the panel says that profit and money and value and rewards are kind of coming out of number one. We're going to kind of break the kind of system for education number two, and then I think basic consumer perception number three, and regulation comes in as a very important fourth, though. Very important fourth. So, all right, thank you. Yeah,
stay, please. Now, this is about environmental sustainability now, and the question that was what you think how industry would react to these changes. But now there was a question on table for you personally. What worries you most about sustainability changes? What is your personal view? How really do you have your strong view about us as you and the profession? Was the question, do you understand the difference in the question? This was about the farmers, and now this is about you. What worries you? It could be similar like them. For example, some of you are married to farmers, and you've got similar thoughts, of course. Any offers from it's a question number 3 on the table. Has anyone put anything on that one? Can you read the most important one? Just one. Choose one, and we'll see. Jonathan will comment. And then we will collect these papers, and students will extract all your blurb and dismiss a lot, probably, and because it will not make sense, and they will write something and they'll let us know what we think about this.
Okay, I can't make the decision on what's the most important one, but how about that in real terms, any changes made by me or the UK will have minimal, if any, impact on global situation due to the scale of the problem and the culture in the Far East and the US?
Thanks, Mel. That's a nice, easy one to start with, isn't it? So of course, I've got all the answers in my back pocket for these. And what a great question. I mean, we've been talking about motivation for change, haven't we, in this first section? How do we motivate, big, industry to change what they're doing? And now we're just picking out this first point that it feels our own individual contributions, even on a national level, potentially, are so small compared to what's going on in those, big food producing and big population areas of the world. And there's some obvious kind of comments around that every little helps. So there's that kind of obvious comment, isn't there? But also, we can influence change. And that's one of the really big things, isn't it? It's not just about our own individual actions, it's influencing the actions of others. And I think we've got a chance, again, it's things like the pathway we talked about, where we're doing something that's innovative, that gets traction in other countries. I'm having conversations with people in other countries about what we're doing. So it starts to change kind of what's going on, and you get a kind of a snowball effect. So I think there's a really important conversation around not feeling devalued for what we do, both as individuals or as organisations or nationally. But also let's try and use our talent and our kind of role as vets to do a lot more than just what an individual can do that's not got the opportunity to do veterinary actions. The international bit's important. Sorry, Millard, I'll let that one go, but after you.
Okay, so we felt that the unknowns that we don't know currently about the situation, and whether through looking at what we can do locally, we can end up just displacing the problem or exporting the problem, ends of almost Western privilege. I took the mick out of myself earlier for having an electric car and the choice between killing polar bears or people in Africa mining rare metals, but as an example.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a really good point, though, isn't it? There's so many, I happily sort of, put hundreds of thousands of miles through my turbo diesel, thinking that was the right thing to do, kind of 10, 20 years ago. I think that's probably why that science question becomes so important, doesn't it? We've got to work to the best science we have, all of the time. The export-import thing's very interesting, isn't it? Because there does feel quite a positive story for sort of British farming, for example, that every kilo of beef we produce here in a sustainable way is a kilo that might not be getting produced in the Amazon basin. But at the same time, that's another complex story about economics in South American economies, and it's very difficult to get that right. And I think the international community, in terms of vets and the sort of science aspects of that, are really key, that we're having good conversations and not working separately.
Thank you. Yes, I think my worry is that there still seems to be, I think in some quarters it's somebody else's problem, and there's still, there's that shifting of responsibility. Yeah. And then I have one anecdotal story which I found really hard to hear. So it was a farmer talking about a neighbour of his, and this neighbour had received a big grant for his biomass generator, and he is fueling that with wood imported from South America because it's cheaper to buy it in from South America than the UK. And then he's using the boiling hot water to wash down his yard because he's got no use for it. And it just really appalls me. And how can we, how can we stop that? Surely morally that is just indefensible.
Yeah.
Claire, you were talking probably about unintended consequences, unknown thing. That's what you were talking. Right. Okay.
Yeah, I think on our table we were a bit controversial, and without doing a disservice to this conference, I think the first comment was too much talk. And I think it was meant honestly that, you know, we had a great thought about sustainability, the definition being enough for everyone forever. And we loved the simplicity of a statement like that. And I think that when we're talking about sustainability, it instantly goes from something very simple to something extremely complex. And it can be hard to feel how that actually links to your daily life. And to then communicate and motivate changes that are meaningful, especially amongst the other challenges that we've been talking about. And so for us, it was the amount of complexity that is sort of involved in this whole sustainability world. It feels like it needs to be simpler if people are going to get behind it, and that's to us that was the biggest worry.
That's a good point.
Catriona, is there any point from anybody on Zoom? Yeah.
Okay, great question again, and all the points have been really well made, and even kind of although Kate's story was quite depressing, hopefully the education answer is the thing, isn't it, to get those things together. So looking at this, I think this is really important, isn't it, that we're looking at value now, and the rewards discussion that we had earlier on. There's a new accounting that's appearing, you know, so kind of carbon credits and understanding the monetary value and the food value and the kind of carbon impact of what's going on is requiring quite new thinking. So I think it's absolutely right, incorporating better accounting of kind of grazing services, etc., and the conservation part of that. I think that is going to be part of the new thinking about environmental land management and also the pathway work. So I think there is some promise coming in that area.
Is this danger, bureaucracy?
Yeah. I think that it's absolutely right, isn't it, that we're so short of time in the world that we live in. The more admin and the more barriers to delivering those things that we have, the less we do make a difference. And the more sort of action, less talking comes into that bureaucracy part. Can we get action? Can we make a difference on farm, at home, in the things that we all do? So influence is important, we've got to make actions happen, I agree.
Is there any final message from you about environmental sustainability to all of us? Think about old and young.
Thank you, Milorad. Well, thank you for giving me the honour and the probably undeserved responsibility for commenting on this at this point. I mean, I think as I was trying to say earlier on, we've got a massive opportunity to be at the centre of managing this balance. I think as vets, we've got a privilege really that we have got a trusted position where we are in a really, really strong leadership place to look at managing the balance between food security, between health and welfare, between One Health and the environment. And my last comment is therefore that is we should all try and take that and use that and show a lot of leadership in taking that forward. So, thank you.
Jonathan, thank you very much on behalf of all of us, and here and at home, and can we sort of jointly thank Jonathan and wish him all the best in his sustainable role in government and here, and in his task of delivering his offspring to the university tomorrow. We all remember these days. I cried about 2 hours after I dropped my son. Oh, that's terrible. Well, you too, you already started crying. Thank you very much, Jonathan, and thank you for being flexible, and all the speakers in the morning being flexible, and all of us in the room one way or another. And we are changing the agenda now. We will have a Venus to continue. Brief update from colleagues from Scotland and brief update from Jonathan. So Rosh, not Jonathan. So.
Thank you. So I would like to invite Osiris, Ointa, who is currently the Field Veterinary Co-ordinator at Food Standards in Scotland, on stage to give us an update on relevant VPH UK activities. I believe he's on Zoom right now, and I'll pass it to him. Oh, it's pre-recorded. We'll show a video on it. Thank you.
Hi everyone, and thank you for your warm welcome to today's VPHA and AGV conference. My name is Osiris Ointa, and I am the Field Veterinary Coordinator for Food Standards Scotland, known as FSS. I am a UK veterinary practitioner and a member of the BVA Scottish Branch Council, an association of government veterinarians council, among other things. I am going to update you on matters related to OV, i.e. official veterinarian jobs, as the main topics of the presentation under the FSS scope. The topics I'm going to briefly update you on are the current challenges which have to do with OV's availability, the audits on UK as a third country coming from the European Commission because of Brexit, and last but not least, the independent assurance for a meat OV qualification. So by taking these topics one at a time, undoubtedly, it has become a necessity to highlight the OV scarcity conducting OCs, i.e. official controls, particularly in the meat industry, for example, abattoirs, cutting plants. I will be calling this OV category meat OVs for the sake of keeping it short. A good representative sample in the UK depicting this situation could be derived from relevant FSS data, as all the permanent FSS OV posts, which are most of these posts, have been covered by no UK vets in FSS. This can surely be linked to Brexit from the get-go, as Brexit decreased EU nationals' influx into the UK, highlighting the already existing gaps in the system. The ugly truth is that more than ever, it has now become apparent that the OV job proves to be underestimated, unappealing to the mainstream, and not strongly marketed to UK vet graduates even as a start-off job. Moreover, from the FSS civil service recruitment point of view, the recruitment may take up to around 8 months to its full completion, including the clearance checks, and this protracted process may put off some good UK as well as EU candidates. This bad condition in relation to OVs in the meat industry has been exacerbated as other OV-related jobs have been coming out as alternatives, mostly by private export companies with attractive salary packages, making the OV retention even more challenging than it was months ago. Now, Brexit has also brought the necessity for the UK to be audited as a third country by the Directorate General for Health and Food Safety, that is DG Sante of the European Commission. This infers that we may see an increase of audits by the EU and vice versa, subsequently having the OV qualification in relation to official controls in the meat industry coming under more scrutiny. This is strongly linked to the fact that the UK needs to align with the new OC regulations, namely the ones you see in the brackets, a goal hopefully to be fulfilled by the 1st of January 2022. So, FSS takes a proactive stance towards the challenging demands of the present and future, supporting the need for the meat OV qualification getting a more refined, independent assurance. For that matter, regarding training and assurance, FSS works with the Scottish Qualifications Authority to develop a customised award, which is to extend the OV training from the typical 2-3 week to a 3-month OV training for vets to obtain a formal award for the meat OV qualification. It is aimed to be ready for the cohort of trainee OVs of January 2022 and embedded into the new FSS Learning and Development Strategy to boost the meat OV profession in the years to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the update. Thank you for the update. If anyone has any question, I believe Osiris is on Zoom right now, and if there's any questions, feel free to ask. If not, I will pass the mic to Bonnie, who is also my colleague from University of Edinburgh, and she will introduce the new speaker.
Hi everyone, I'm Bonnie. I would like to introduce Josh Page. In case the audience in Zoom don't notice, he's the one who's flipping our camera and struggling with the technical issue this morning. Josh is a 4th-year student from University of Nottingham. He is the project co-operator in IVSA UK and Ireland, and he is going to give us some updates on IVSA UK. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been a cracking conference so far. I'd just like to say thank you to my colleagues that have done a great job organising it. You might have seen me up and down quite regularly trying to sort out some IT issues. And I hope that you would agree that it's gone all right and we can move on. As you can see, there we are. IVSA, if you're wondering what it all stands for, it's the International Veterinary Students Association. There's our wonderful UK and Ireland committee, if I don't say so myself. We have our president, Lauren. She's at Surrey, she's in her 2nd year. Exchange officer, Catherine, at Glasgow, 5th year rotations. She assures me they're going well. Our promotions officer, Sophie, also one of my close friends at Nottingham. And finally, saving the best to last, myself. So who are we and what do we do? So we have our international committee, and they are elected every year, and they have various points and action points that we get sent down, and we try our best at a local level. So we have our national committee here, and then at every UK university we have local reps, senior and junior, where we try and get the local kind of in vet schools involved in what we do. So what do we do? Good question. Our student exchanges are the biggest thing that we do, and pre-pandemic, they're really good, and we've had some really notable exchanges with the likes of Oslo, Thailand, Switzerland, and Slovenia for Nottingham. Also, there are working groups within IVSA, so there's working groups in One Health, education, wellness, and there's an alumni network. These groups, again, suggest things that we can do at a local level and that we can try and increase the prevalence and increase the attention to students, and it's something that we all like to work towards. And finally, my role within IVSA is project coordinator, and last year we organised a virtual conference, our 4th annual One Health conference. We managed to achieve about 100 attendees from various places across the world virtually, some ranging from Egypt to the Philippines, and then having a heavy basis in Europe. But what do we want to do now? Well, we'd love to do an in-person conference, and as you can see, I think it works quite well. We're planning a conference for February 2022, and I'd like to start kind of thinking about speakers and topics that we can get out there to the wider veterinary community, and especially our students, and a way to inspire the next generation of vets to wanting to go into veterinary public health, as I think it's got a bit of an unfair rep, and I'd love to change that. So if anyone has got any ideas or would like to be a part of a conference that's going to be based in Nottingham, please, I'd love you to talk to me right at the end. And my email, I can circulate my email as well if you'd prefer that method as well. So thank you very much. I don't mind if there isn't, that's fine.
So, moving on, you know what? I think we could go and have a quick comfort break, grab a coffee or something, and to come back, and we will set up few most senior vets in the United Kingdom here, who are going to be interviewed by junior vets or students about their report that they have completed on welfare. And just students would like to clarify something. So go and grab the coffee and we'll set up the scene meanwhile. And we are good, okay with the time. Maybe we will finish earlier than expected. Thank you. Right, thank you very much. Moving on swiftly, it is my pleasure to introduce the next session. It is about welfare, and our fantastic group of people on this side who have done fantastic recommendations, and our fantastic group of people on this side who have read everything what they have written and recommended, and they've got some questions to ask. And before I let Susanna, Bonnie and Maya to continue, just to say, Charlie left many leaflets from Humane Slaughter Association outside, and please collect them, and he is not taking it back with him. So, Susanna, the floor is yours, and
So a while back, Milorad gave us, the VPH ambassadors, a task to go to our respective vet schools and discuss the 67 recommendations for improving welfare at slaughter between us. And he promised that because of our age, nobody will laugh at us if our questions seem naive. So I'm hoping that's going to continue. I'm Susanna. I'm going to my 5th year at Cambridge. And this is May and Bonnie with me, going to 3rd and 4th year at Surrey. And I thought before we start, in case people don't yet know who you are, do you want to say how you were involved in creating these?
Hello, my name's Charlie Mason. I'm the Technical Director at the Humane Slaughter Association. My background's in agriculture, livestock production and marketing. I was invited by Colin to join the committee to discuss this, and I think I attended all the meetings, didn't I, Colin? Yeah.
Thank you. James Russell, the Senior Vice President of the British Veterinary Association, and I have almost exactly zero input into developing this document, but I am very proud to have been able to talk about it for the last couple of years, because I think it's really taken our feelings and our understanding of welfare at slaughter a huge way beyond the very sort of binary position that it was before.
Colin Wilson. At the time, I was VPHA president, and I was asked by the BVA to chair the Animal Welfare at Slaughter Working Group. A lot of people wanted us to consider on-farm slaughter, transport, but we decided that we would stick purely and simply to the remit, which was welfare at slaughter, which is what we did. So it was entirely around about that. We come up with, I think, an excellent report, and I find it very pleasing to think that actually some of the recommendations have already been implemented by various organisations, and I'm very proud of the report we produced.
Thank you. My name is Liz Kelly and I was on the working group. I'm president of the Association of Government Vets, and that association was represented on the working group, as were several specialist divisions. So we had lots of, a cattle expert, a horse expert, etc. I'm ex-government, so I worked in Vpha for quite a number of years, part of which was in welfare policy. And since leaving government, I've been working as a veterinary consultant with the charity World Horse Welfare. So I've moved from the welfare of lots of animals to now one species, which are equines. So I contributed a fair bit on the sort of policy aspects of the report. I'm not an expert technical person as regards to welfare at slaughter, with the exception of horses, where I've developed much more of an interest.
So our first question, we thought we'd start easy with the first recommendation. And from what we understood, the general gist of the recommendation was to promote OVs and how important the expertise is in the food chain, and to promote them to food business operators as well as the general population. And we were just wondering, considering the shortage of OVs we have in the UK and how that's enhanced both with Brexit and how we spoke before, also needing more vets for certificates for expert and things like this. Would the additional workload kind of be something that the workforce couldn't handle? And did the BVA also think about, in addition to this recommendation, having some sort of action to increase the number of OVs so that they can match the workforce that's required?
Okay, well, I'm just going to start off, and I think James will want to come in on this one as well. But the BVA did a huge amount of work with government departments to try and get OVs placed on the shortage lists, which they succeeded in doing. So I think that was a real positive. Through the BVA and VPHA, we've done a huge amount to try and publicise, if you like, the importance of the role of the OV. Working at high level with many government departments, again, trying to push the OV role and the importance of the OV role. I don't know, James, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, sure. And I think you're quite right to highlight that this is a challenge. Now we've come to the end of the transition period, and we know that it's a challenge which is only going to get bigger as we also come to the end of the grace periods with Northern Ireland and begin to impose our import controls as well. So I think it's a really, really valid question. So have we got the capacity to do this? I think we need to make the capacity to do this. I think we need to really prioritise it, because what we provide that no other profession can provide is the assurance to our food as it is exported into other countries that it's safe and that it is what it says on the tin. So we need to prioritise this work. It's hugely important. There are literally billions of pounds worth of trade depending on us getting that right. So we are working really hard to try and understand how can we make best use of our OVs in that situation. I'm convinced it's not the best use of our OVs to have them draw in a blue pen across a box 98 times a day. That isn't a good thing for them to be doing. So part of this will be about using a vet-led team approach and thinking about how can we bring certification support officers in to augment that work and to present us with the work in a way that we can sign it off. Part of it will be about digitising what we can and making it more straightforward to complete. And some of it might change over time if the importing countries change some of the demands that they place on us. But I think what we are always at pains to do, and as Colin says, we work right up to sort of ministerial and even Secretary of State level with this. We do not want to give any suggestion that the veterinary profession aren't up for this, that we aren't up for remaining in this space. Because there are those who would see us done away with because it's just a name on a bit of paper. And I think it's really important that we keep making the arguments that that's not the case.
I'll just add one thing to this. This report, of course, it's not just a list of recommendations, it's backed up by evidence and discussion and lots of information. And I think one of the things that we wanted to put in this was to make it clear just what the OV does and how important they are in the whole system. So it's not just saying, we want to show government how, the OVs are important. It's not just a tick in a box. We did want to show that actually the job they are doing is varied, it's important, it's necessary, and so we've described it. We've put in the things that when I went on that working group, I wasn't even aware of all the different things they did. So, you know, we all learned from speaking to people who did know.
Realised, Suzanne, you had another part to your question, didn't you, which was about promoting this to future vets as well. And I would suggest, and Kate, I hope you don't shoot me for sort of starting to discuss this today, but I would hope that there is a brilliant opportunity to talk about how we undertake our EMS and what that looks like over the next short period of time. You know, we recognise that we've had to make some fairly drastic changes as we've gone through COVID, and yet we've managed somehow to end up with a couple of years worth of vets now who are out there doing the job and being very competent. So what can we do that's better than that? And does that necessarily mean going back to 26, 35, whatever weeks of slightly unregulated, slightly uncoordinated EMS? Or could we use this as an opportunity to really promote to our veterinary students, as Liz says, just what is out there, what can be done?
So in terms of our second question, it relates to recommendation number 3. And this involves supporting low throughput abattoirs to meet legislative requirements for animal health and welfare. And our main question relates to the part of this recommendation, which says that you should build voluntary standards for them to meet. And we were just wondering, how come you decided to make these voluntary industry standards, especially as we just discussed, in order to motivate organizations to support welfare, sustainability, can be quite challenging at times?
Okay, I'll start off, and I think our desire here was that the small abattoir sector provide a niche. They provide a service which particularly is important for many, many small farmers and small holders. It allows a lot of farmers to access farmers' markets, for example, where they're stocking their animals. And there is no sort of overall standard, whereas the big slaughterhouses are supplying big retailers and they have to work to those standards. Our feeling was we wanted to see a set of standards to which these businesses could aspire and achieve a sort of a gold standard that would demonstrate that they were working to a very high standard. And we've currently, and Charlie's involved in it, there's a lot of work going on about getting a mobile abattoir up and running. There's a great hope that that will be successful. And I think the idea is really, if we can get out there, if we can give farmers the outlet, it's particularly for small numbers of stock locally. We're not talking about the huge numbers of stuff going into the supermarkets, but it's getting that standard out there that I think is very, very important, and we feel this is a good way to do it.
We recently, Humane Law Association in April, ran a virtual seminar, the subject being the provision of small throughput and possibly pop-up mobile abattoirs. Recently, the interest in this was, it's a shame Claire's gone because she was involved, but the interest in this has led to a group called the Abattoir Sector Group, which is, I think, is chaired by John Metrick, and they did to try and promote try and stop any further ones closing, I think, in the first place before they started to try and increase. But it again also led to there was a mobile abattoir initiative back in the 90s that coincided with the advent of the meat hygiene service, and it never really got off the ground, and then there was a fire. But this recent initiative is run by a lady called Lady Jane Parker, who's the wife of Sir Alan Parker, and they have a farm in the Cotswolds producing grass-fed native breed beef, among other things. And she's put an awful lot of her own money into it and has imported a mobile abattoir from Italy, so it's fabricated in Sicily and is held in I think it's a 10-ton container, isn't it, Colin? And that's in the throes of being licensed and getting up and running. So it's, will it work? Is it going to be financially viable? I hope so. But the idea, I think, going back to the voluntary standard, is to try and, it's in an effort to make the regulatory requirements for the small abattoirs less onerous, because that's what a lot of them is why they're going out of business. Coupled with the fact that youngsters like me are not taking over from their fathers. There's very little interest. I think the average age of the small throughput abattoir operator is now in its 60s.
Just one comment on that, because I think it is very important, as Charlie said, to stop closing small abattoirs, because Colin said right at the very beginning that we weren't looking at welfare at transport, we were looking at welfare at slaughter. And of course, what has been one of the repercussions of small and niche abattoirs closing is that animals now have, many animals now have much longer journeys to slaughter, and often that's where the worst welfare insults happen. And niche animals, and I'll say equines, for example, you know, there are very few. I mean, I don't even need one hand to count how many abattoirs are still slaughtering horses, which means that they do have long journeys, and it's really not acceptable in my view. So I think this is something we have to work quite hard to keep going.
Yeah, going back to what I was saying about the the regulatory impact on the small abattoirs, John Metrick heard him the other day talking. And not John Metrick. The most recent abattoir to close is one William Lloyd Williams in Machynlleth. He's closed. He closed down a couple of weeks ago, and he was pointing out the fact that, you know, if you've got a large throughput abattoir, maybe killing, I don't know, 250 cattle a day, it's possible that they could come in on 10 loads, and he's only got 10 bits of paperwork. But the small abattoir operator might only slaughter 30 cattle, but they could come in on 15 loads. So the amount of paperwork is totally disproportionate to the larger competitors.
Okay, thank you very much. Hiya. So moving on to welfare and recommendation 5, which was talking about the positions of different models of the abattoir provisions and impact on animal health and welfare being informed by a welfare outcome approach. How do you suggest that welfare should be measured and managed, since this is just such a wide topic which is considerably subjective?
Yeah, as chair, leave me to it. I think that the view there was that there need to be clear what outcomes for the animals to ensure that they have a good quality of life and death. And, you know, things like farm assurance schemes are very, very rarely used by small abattoirs. So whereas the big abattoirs will use the various farm assurance schemes, such as Red Tractor, these small abattoirs don't use them because, again, it's a lot more paperwork. But what we would really like to see is the small abattoir signed up to a system which would assure people that they were working to a high welfare standard. I think it's rather salutary to note that you'll be well aware that Animal Aid have done a huge amount of undercover filming in abattoirs. And if you look at that undercover filming, by far and away the vast majority of it is in small abattoirs with group stunning pens, not with good modernised handling systems. Charlie and I and others rewrote some DEFRA guidance on group stunning pens, which is made available through HSA in an effort to try and get the industry to move forwards. But it is, to my mind, one of the biggest problems in small abattoirs are the handling systems, and it's the one area that needs a huge amount of effort.
Yeah, just on the expose, I think, Colin, I think another reason why the small abattoirs get targeted is because they're a lot easier to get into. They don't have the sort of security that the larger ones do.
Yeah, I totally agree, Charlie. But as I say, I think, you know, what we were wanting to see here was a system whereby small abattoirs could have some sort of welfare assurance system that they signed up to. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice here. And you know, as a consequence, they could have this like assurance standard, a bit like the Red Tractor kind of equivalent for small abattoirs.
Having said that, quite a lot of the smaller abattoirs do slaughter for the organic people, so the Soil Association standard. And what's the other one? UCross, is it?
Yeah, yes, indeed they do. And again, they have their own set of standards, don't they? So, but I think that's what we want to see is better standards.
Can I just make the observation, because I think it covers a few of these different points, and you've made a fair comment, which is some of our points do overlap. But I think the key one on this, from BVA's point of view, is the cow or the sheep who's being slaughtered doesn't know whether it's one of one that day or one of 250, and the experience should be equivalent for them. So we do recognise we do have some sympathy for the discussions around paperwork that have just been outlined, but I think what we don't want to see in any way is any diminution of welfare standards just because it's a small or a mobile or whatever abattoir.
Thank you. And my next question was regarding recommendations 15 and 16, since I think they overlap a little bit. Both are kind of talking about introduction of mandatory CCTV and appropriate kind of extra technology in order to monitor handling operations and things. We thought that CCTV was already now in legislation, so just wanted to double check that. Will there be any penalty for non-compliance? And the second question was, the further technology seems feasible for kind of large throughput abattoirs, but again, coming back to those smaller throughput abattoirs, is there going to be any help for these abattoirs, since it will be a considerable expense for them to spend money? Obviously, there is an advantage to being able to monitor, but yeah, who will be footing the expense of that?
Right, well, firstly, England introduced compulsory CCTV legislation, and that's been in place for some time. There were a couple of small slaughterhouses that closed down, claiming that was why they closed, but there was a little bit of a double whammy for them, because there's a provision in the welfare legislation for certain standards of stunners, particularly electrical stunners, to be implemented within a very short period of time after the CCTV legislation. And the cost of those two things together was, in many cases, too much for these small businesses. Scotland have since introduced CCTV legislation, so that's now in place in Scotland. Wales went a slightly different route, and they actually had a scheme whereby they were offering to provide funding. Very, very disappointing. Less than half of the abattoirs eligible even applied, and of the applications, which I went through, frankly, some of them were absolutely appalling. In the end, 4 abattoirs have had funding towards CCTV, but they literally, because they're the only ones that did a good enough job. Wales has now committed in this current parliamentary period to introduce CCTV. So we will have CCTV across the whole of the UK. As regard other technologies, and I'm hoping, I did discuss this with Millerad, I'm hoping that we can get some people from Deloitte in Holland who've done some work on using AI and CCTV together. And what they've been doing is they've been working with some of the really large companies for pigs and poultry and cattle as well. And what they do is they pick out key points, and they can tell, you know, is this animal going the wrong way? Why is it going the wrong way? Is this animal lame? And then they look at them after stunning. They look for any signs of movement. They can show signs of recovery. It's fascinating work that they're doing. And, you know, what they say is that once they've actually established the key parameters points on the animals, then realistically it's almost sort of self-sustaining. Yes, it's quite expensive, but a number of companies in Holland have already paid for this and are using it. I don't believe anybody in the UK is, however. But one of the things, we had a presentation from them, one of the things I asked them was about the potential, and it's been in my head for many years, of using thermal imaging to look for, one, the febrile animal, but also, two, the lame injured animal, which is going to show up by using thermal imaging. And they apparently were looking at that and, quote, it was on their wish list. So I think there is a lot of technology out there that in the longer term will improve things. And I think the big beauty for me of their CCTV AI program is that, you know, instead of having to look at 8-10 hours times whatever number of cameras you've got of CCTV, which frankly is not sustainable and people don't do, is you're going to be able to actually find that the system will say to you, here's an hour of CCTV for you to look at, and this is where we think the key issues are. And I think going forwards, that's going to be a really good way to go. Liz, sorry.
I just wanted to make a very quick comment, because earlier on this afternoon I may have given the impression that I didn't think regulation was a good idea. And I'd like to say that in this case, I think this is great regulation, and I'm absolutely delighted that we've now got compulsory CCTV in England and Scotland, and they all should all do it.
Yeah, CCTV was one of the subjects we covered in, I think, the last seminar we did before lockdown, and Colin was one of the main speakers there. But there was also some Americans over there talking about a system they use in the USA, and HSAN funded. I think she was a veterinary student then, wasn't she, Colin? Ellie Wigham, who's now working at Glasgow, to go and have a look at this system and report on it. And this is a centralised system where the cameras are in the abattoirs and the footage is streamed back to a central point where teams of people watch the monitors, and they're trained to look for certain things. These are not people, they're not veterinary surgeons, they're not livestock producers, but they're trained to look for certain things and then feed that back. And Ellie went out there to see how that worked, if it worked, and if it could be implemented here for some abattoirs or all, we're waiting the final report on that one. In fact, just reminded myself I've got to edit it.
Thanks, guys. And you asked a point on this about the costs and how this was going to be funded and so on and so forth. And I think it's important to recognise that when BVA produce a statement like this, of course we're mindful of the environment that we're putting it out into, but that ultimately our goal is to protect health and welfare and the interests of our members. And I don't think there's anything wrong with us putting something out which is quite aspirational. In some areas, and you can see that again with different policies, things like analgesia and anaesthesia when we're castrating tail docking sheep, whatever. The kind of aspirational bits that we put into our policies, I think, are what help to take us forward a little bit, because we don't know what we don't know yet in terms of what technology might help us. I think this kind of machine learning, rote learning, we can begin to understand how that might help us, but there's going to be so much movement on that over the next few years. Why would we want to kind of close down and not be asking that we continually revisit that and see what can we do for health and welfare? And it will be a cost of doing business.
Can I just add that I think the implementation of the CCT legislation was probably seen largely by the industry as another stick to hit them with. And what we tried to do during the seminar and since whenever is to actually make it known that CCTV in abattoirs is actually a double-edged sword, because it can be used, one, to disprove cases against people where there's allegations of ill treatment, and also good practice can be used for training. Filming good practice can be used for training. So it's not entirely a negative thing from an industry point of view, and that's a message I think it's important to get across.
I think that's definitely a message that gets sometimes lost, but it's nice that it has multiple uses. And I'll just pass on to May for the rest of the recommendation.
Hi, we've just got 2 left, but if I could just ask for these 2, if you could keep the answers just a bit shorter, if that's okay. So this one relates to recommendation 28, which surrounds species-specific data on indicators of consciousness and to address the sensitivity and specificity of these indicators. And we were just wondering, if these indicators become more specific, will there be enough time for the operators to assess this? Like, is the capacity there to do that? Will there potentially be more mistakes following from high throughput of data and human error?
Yes and no.
Well, I think firstly one has to say is I would recommend you have a look at the EU WellNet data. And there is actually species-specific data on there for the signs of unconsciousness in all the major species slaughtered, and it's an excellent source of data. We do include quite a little bit of that data into our MOC, the FSA's Manual for Controls, And I've also written several technical articles around about that, highlighting issues. I mean, for example, one issue we find is that very, very frequently people are using a corneal reflex as an indicator, particularly in cattle, of unconsciousness. Yet very, very often they'll poke the eye so hard that they think they're getting a response when they're actually not. And it's one thing we keep saying to people is that corneal reflex is not in itself a good indicator of unconsciousness or consciousness. It's things like that we need to get the message across on. I think Charlie and the HSA do some excellent work, and again, I always recommend people to the website to read that. Again, they have excellent on virtually every species. I think there's lots of information out there, but unfortunately, a lot of misinformation in sectors of the industry who actually don't look for the information that's already out there to help them.
Really short answer. It has to.
Thank you. And then the final point was to do with recommendations 65 to 67 regarding government buy-in standards for food and catering services and slaughter of animals for religious communities. And I suppose this is kind of general thing that's been mentioned before, but we noticed that they were really similar to each other, and we were wondering just kind of maybe why you didn't merge more of your points so that they were kind of like less recommendations might focus it more. We were just wondering like what your rationale was for splitting them up.
There would have been an incredibly long process that got to those three being the way they are, and I'm afraid I can't go back and comment on it now. But I think what I can say is that this is a really important part of this document, and one that we know is attracting the interest of government as they come forward, thinking about what amendments might be put into the Kept Animals Bill, and how might we introduce changes to welfare at slaughter legislation. This is the bit that's captured them, and maybe it's because it's in there 3 times that it's captured them.
I think Colin can enlarge on this, but yesterday I was in a meeting with the DEFRA Welfare at Slaughter team, CIWF and the RSPCA, and that was about there's a system in France whereby abattoirs produce an order. They have to prove that they've got an order for X number of animals not to be stunned before they can go ahead and do it. And we're looking at probably adopting that system here in order to reduce the number of non-stunned animals. And I think also, Colin, the hindquarters of kosher slaughtered animals, the Islamic community will eat those, and they're quite happy to eat those. So if we could encourage all those to go that way, again, we could reduce it.
Yes, I mean, there were several things we looked at here, and as James says, we would have put an awful lot of time and effort into deciding they should be 3 separate things. But, as Charlie says, there's a lot of work going on around about, order to slaughter scheme. There's a lot of talk around about the kosher shikita slaughter because they only use the forequarters. In theory, they can use the hindquarters, and certainly in countries like Israel they do, but porging them is extremely wasteful and expensive process. So they prefer to just use the forequarters, and then the hindquarters get sold on the open market. As Charlie says, that the Muslims will accept that a holy person has killed the animal because it's the rabbi has said the prayer to God when he's done the neck cut. So they will accept that as halal. And I think we need to try and encourage them to, we need to encourage them to utilize more of that product. Although in reality, the number of cattle killed for halal by non-stunned slaughter is relatively small. And I think in terms of public procurement, we know, again, and I think James has been involved in discussions on this as much as myself, that government is very interested in procurement and how government departments should be looking at procuring product to certain standards, and particularly that's not been stunned.
Nothing really on the detail as to the sort of nuances that there are between those 3 recommendations. They're not exactly the same, but I completely take your point that 67 does seem like quite a lot, and that there is a possibility that there is a bit of dilution. Having said that, I think with this report, first of all, in the executive summary, we tried very hard to group the recommendations under specific areas so that it was easy to get to particular bits of interest. But I do take your point. It was a big report. There's a whole load of evidence in it and a whole load of discussion too. And, you know, there are a limited number of people that will read the whole thing. So I think it's important that we have, you know, classified and grouped things together to make it easier for people to look at their own specific interests. But you make a good point. I agree with you.
Yeah, just a final comment on the labelling. I think if meat from non-stunned animals is going to be labelled, then it needs to be labelled. Meat from animals that are stunned need to be labelled as such as well, in order to keep a level playing field. But I also think it's all very well labelling. It was mentioned earlier in the afternoon about how important it is to educate people. In order for the labelling to be effective, the consumer's got to know what is meant by non-stunned and stunned animals. And they probably don't really want to know.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for letting us question you as well. And I think we all did really enjoy kind of going through these and discussing them with our uni, or with people at uni as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Just a moment. You sit down, please.
Oh.
Now, Colin wants to say something. You've got microphone.
Okay, well, it's quite not This Is Your Life, Charlie, but I've got something here for you, which Milorad is going to give me now.
And he's appropriately dressed.
He's very appropriately dressed for this, yes. So basically, this is in recognition of your many years of support and service with VPHA, all the times you come to our conferences, all the support you give us, and as a sort of gratitude from VPHA Council for that.
Well, Colin, I know we're not supposed to do that. Well, this is a surprise, and we're speechless, really. Not like me. I should have said actually when they introduced, and had I known I was going to be on a panel this afternoon, I would have remembered to put some trousers on. Especially if I knew I was going to have to stand up here in front of people and receive this. But so all I can say, well, thank you very much indeed to VPHA. It's actually been my pleasure to attend these conferences over the years. Even when Jason Aldis, who's not here at the moment, used to drop me in it regularly by saying, "Oh, Charlie, have you got your computer with you? Because so-and-so speaker hasn't turned up. We do something at short notice." But no, it's been very enjoyable, and I hope I can continue to attend for a few years yet. And thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you all. I hope you enjoyed this experience. It's not easy when they ask you questions. That's how they often ask me a question. What about these government guys? What did they mean? You worked for government for so many years, and sometimes it's not easy to answer this. And I didn't write many of these guys. Thank you very much. Excellent. I hope you have enjoyed it as much as we have enjoyed it. Thank you. Now, we're moving on swiftly into last session before we close the conference. Emma will explain what it is, and it is a bit interactive. And you can have this microphone. Emma, and somebody can help if we need to go around the room.
Is this live? Perfect. Sounds live. Okay. So today I'm basically talking in my self-described role as VPH Ambassador Co-ordinator, and really just to represent everything that the VPH ambassadors have done through the year. Now, this has culminated in the last few weeks and months, relatively short notice, all of it. So thank you to everybody who has participated in everything that we've asked you to do, students and everyone else involved, because we know you've had a few short weeks to do it. We have run a series of interviews led by the VPH ambassadors, who have contacted some of you in the audience, others who couldn't be with us today, and some of you are yet to be contacted, I'm sure, for such putting on the spot by students, because nobody will escape. They have been, as far as I have gathered from everyone who's taken part, both students and the older people, to use Milorad's phrase. It has been a mutually beneficial experience. I think there's a lot to be said for the sharing of ideas from people approaching the profession with all the best intentions of joining it, but not yet quite pickled in the politics and the sort of the small worlds that we find ourselves in, and dead ends of thinking that I think we often get ourselves trapped in. Collating some of that experience which comes from getting into these sort of tunnels of going for several years down a certain track, as well as the more broader, less experienced ideas of the students. I think bringing those two together has been something, well, I hope you've all enjoyed it. We hope to share the experience, the interviews, the videos that have been compiled very shortly. So those links will be going out to everybody who's attended, and you'll be able to catch up on everything that has been done. We do have, as has been the theme of the day, minor but surmountable IT glitches. So it will head your way, and you will be able to see all the hard work that has been done. So for those of you who are wondering where your interviews have gone, don't worry. It is under control, and they will be becoming available shortly. So I just wanted to really open it up to the floor and get some of the feedback from the people that have done the interviews, sorry guys, and from the people who have been interviewed, and see, you know, if you can reflect a little bit on what that experience has brought you. I've summed up my sort of summary of my perception of it, but I'm sure much more can be added. So if anybody would like to, first of all, if we could have somebody who has been interviewed, did the interview itself surprise you? And if so, how? Have we got any volunteers for such a question?
Can I answer another question?
Absolutely. Feel free.
Very much. I was interviewed in my capacity of president of VPHA by Sammy Lamb. Now, there were huge difficulties in setting up the interview because she was in Hong Kong, I was in North Yorkshire, and the other interviewer was in California, and there was a fourth interviewer in Bristol. As it happened, the last two didn't turn up, so it was just Sammy Lamb and I chatting for about an hour and a half. I haven't seen the interview, and I will need to edit it considerably before it goes public. It was extremely interesting because there's me talking to somebody of a completely different generation. She's a second year Cambridge student, I think. And I was surprised that she was interested in veterinary public health at that stage in her career. But she was open-minded and interested in everything in terms of veterinary matters, which came as a bit of a shock, really. You know, in my second year, we'd decided on our disciplines already, and that was the direction we went, perhaps rather narrow-minded. I thought it was an incredible initiative, very well done, very well managed by somebody not only articulate and intelligent and of an inquiring mind, but of technical skills, none of the things that I possess. So I congratulate you on setting up this interesting little study, and I look forward to seeing what the long-term result is going to be.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, so my interview was probably about a month ago with me and her colleague. It was a really interesting discussion. I felt it was quite wide-ranging, and it was just good, I felt, to share my experiences with them. And what's surprising is what's happened as a result of me having made that connection with me and her colleagues. So they've invited me to participate in a One Health conference coming up later on in the year. So I just think it's, you know, and my theme for my year is making connections, and it's just how much the ramifications and the implications down the line, I think, is just really valuable. So thank you.
Perfect. Well, that's exactly the sort of thing. It's great news to hear that sort of further plans and something that reaches out into the future, even if it's just in the next months. It's making that network, and it's really, really good to hear that it's contributed in some way to that. Do we have any students that would like to feed back on the experience, having done, I think we've got a limited number. Susanna, are you free? Thank you.
So I just wanted to say I did my interview with Bonnie, and one of the interviews I did was with Jane, Natalie, and Emily, who's not here today. And just one thing that really struck us and that we wanted to thank for was the fact that I always thought working in government would be something like working in a big corporation when you're on your own in an office, and just a welcoming environment that we kind of stepped into for that hour when we were talking, of everybody supporting one another. And that was just really lovely to see and quite inspiring. So I just wanted to say that, like, it gave you a completely more kind of human look at how working in government works, and something that I think as students we're not really that aware of at the beginning, because you learn about all the regulations, all the laws, all the legislation, and you kind of forget about the people behind it, and then you're like, they are just people, they're equally as approachable as anyone else. So that was really nice to see. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you, Susanna. Any other comments at this stage? Did anybody want to? I don't want to cut anyone off, but we'll. Thanks, Jane.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, that's very kind, Bonnie, and Susanna and Bonnie. It was lovely to speak to you. And the thing that was particularly nice was that we also had a non-vet on our group. So Emily, our chief executive, is a long-term civil servant. We talked a lot about all of the transferable skills that we have as civil servants and as vets. And also we talked quite a lot about, if you're interested in any job, looking at the civil service behaviours and strengths documents really help you to sell yourself. So you may not want to come straight into a government job straight out of university, but actually if you look at some of the resources that we have online, they can really help you thinking about presenting yourself, the skills that you have. And can I just say, you present yourselves brilliantly. Anyway, I'm so impressed. When I was a student, there was no way I would have stood up in front of a group of senior, older people and been as eloquent and as passionate as you guys are. So I just do want to take the opportunity to say thank you very much. You guys are amazing. And I know that Milorad is a really strong force to help to drive you all as ambassadors, along with all of your other veterinary public health lecturers. So thank you to Susanna and Bonnie for interviewing us, and also thank you for bringing in that other perspective from Emily, because I think she really added a different dynamic to the discussion, didn't she? So thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think there's, it's obvious that this has been something that lots of people have benefited from. We hope it's the beginning rather than the end of this project. Already there's sort of projects that have been spawned off it. I know Surrey One Health Society are running a podcast along the similar sort of lines, so please, if you are interested in getting involved in that, let them know. I'm sure they'd be delighted to hear from you. And yes, I couldn't be prouder of everything that the VPH ambassadors have done. Absolutely stepped up to the mark and, well, knocked it out of the park, really, if those are two expressions that go together. Anyway, I will wrap it up now, but yes, I'm extremely pleased. I hope everybody has enjoyed the conference. I think they've excelled themselves, and I think all the VPH ambassadors deserve a round of applause. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Emma. Thank you very much, everybody. Some of my final thoughts, and now we have been talking about environment and sustainability the whole day. Big words, nationally, internationally. But let us try to hear one short example, really from theory to practice. We didn't know whether Cecile was able to come until today. That poster, if you had the time, and I would like, Cecile, just if you can come up, please, just for a few minutes, just to tell what you are doing in the United Kingdom, why you are doing this, and it is all about wildlife, and it is a complex and interesting. I find it very complex, interesting, and by the time you finish your talking. I'm just trying to sort some things, prezzies for some people here, but I'm an old man and I've forgotten what is. I'm a little bit stressed now. So I'll let you help me, please. You keep them entertained for a few minutes, please.
Thank you. So hi, I'm Cecile. I'm a final year student at Cambridge as well. And here I'm coming to present a poster. And the poster is about my final year project. So the final year project I'm doing currently is about the role farmers may have played in the reintroduction of red kites in the UK. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but red kites were almost extinct in the UK around the years 2000, and then they were reintroduced. And the reintroduction project has been so successful that it's been qualified as one of the most successful reintroduction projects in the world. And so I don't know how much you know about red kites, but red kites are scavengers, so they eat carcasses. And most of what they eat are roadkills or birds and rodents shot by hunting activities. And this is partly a problem because birds shot by hunting activities have lead in them, and this is highly toxic to red kites. So the problem was that we were reintroducing red kites in the British and UK countryside, and those red kites were being poisoned by what they were eating. And some farmers set in place some feeding stations for the red kites, and so they got special agreements to put animal byproducts available to the red kites so that they could eat safe food, and this food could also be recycled for them. So it would be a nice cycle of life and death going through a natural scavenger that used to be quite common in the countryside. The problem is we don't have much literature on the use they may, on the role they may have played in this success story of the reintroduction of red kites. So that's what my research project is going to be on. And what's really nice about this initiative that farmers have led is that they attracted visitors, and then they could sell tickets to visitors. And so it became a really nice cycle because they were feeding wildlife and they were getting a monetary incentive to feed the wildlife as well. So this system is quite self-sustaining now. So it would be really nice to see if the role they have played in helping the red kite population. And just some figures, so in the years 2000, before they were reintroduced, there were 60 red kites left in the UK. And in the year 2012, now there were 2,000 couples of red kites in the UK. So the picture on the top in the poster was taken in a feeding station, and all the dots you can see, all the birds you can see are all red kites that are feeding in a feeding station. So it is quite important, and they might be playing a quite important role that's been understudied scientifically. And one last thing is there has been literature on the role citizens have played, and I found it really funny when I read about this, is citizens from the Reading area love kites apparently, and it turns out 4% of the population feeds kites in their garden. So they buy meat at the supermarket and they put it in their garden to feed kites. So there's a real incentive from the citizens to see these amazing animals back in the countryside. So it would be nice to see the link between the farmers and the red kites. That's it.
This is for you, for the last minute that you have managed to come, and we are so grateful, and it's fascinating, and you've got our support for everything what you do. And these presents on the table are for students to take. I'm not going to invite you individually now, and to say, in addition to little presents for you students, we've got something for our fantastic team. Joe, for you, and Zeb, for you, and one small little present from small token of gratitude that you have been coping with us today. We are ever so grateful. We managed to do it somehow, and can we sort of big applause for them, because they connected many different equipment from many different places. It's all borrowed from many different. Thank you very much. And Josh, of course, but thank you. And hope we will, Katrina, you too, please, and we hope that we'll have many of these events with somehow better connection between the main router and all this, not only Wi-Fi, wireless, they have no Ethernet cable here. There was a speaker switched on they gave us this morning, and that messed up the morning, basically. And they discovered it. We just didn't know it, and they discovered it. But thank you. Great. Fantastic. Now, thank you all for coming. If it was not for students and their enthusiasm, and Rhiannon and Emma and Simon here, I was going to give up almost this conference, but they somehow inspired me to get involved further, and also your interest and support, all of you one way or another, because assessing whether you were going to come here or not, and why yes and why not, and assess the hotel's availability, number of rooms, financial risk, it's a nightmare. My dicky ticker sort of working, I almost got another heart attack, but I enjoy doing it, I must say. And I think we have found a venue for next year. They need to sort out a little bit heating and Ethernet cable, and there are many issues, but maybe, who knows, in a similar format. And maybe the biggest and special thank to our Simon. And Simon is really star. At some point, Simon, can you stand up, please? And we really, at the biggest applause that one we can give, we give it to you. You were off some time, and you got on the stage, and we were worried about you. And everything, and finally, everything came through. Thank you very much, Simon. Thank you. And I've probably forgotten someone, but no, I've forgotten the people, and we, on the Zoom, we missed you. We really missed you that you were not with us, and we're hoping that you will come next time, the majority of you. And I don't know what else to say. I'm a little bit tired and exhausted, and we finished earlier than expected. Harriet is a veteran now. Yes? Better than she was. Better than she was. Have I forgotten somebody with this?
No, well, you.
All right.
I'm going to just interrupt very quickly just to say thank you, huge thank you on behalf of VPHA to Minarad, who has worked tirelessly last spring to organise an in-person conference which got cancelled about 2 days before, and then had to organise it all again to do online in the autumn last year. And then this time, with Jennifer as well. And then this time, obviously, to have to change everything at the last minute. So he's been absolutely fantastic. He never looks stressed, but obviously it's a huge amount of effort and, time. And he's very kind and very patient with everybody. So it was just a little thank you. And also to Emma for coordinating all the VPH ambassadors.
Thank you very much. I didn't expect it, but thank you. All the best, safe journey, and see you next time, next year, not before. Thank you very much. All the best. Bye for now. Thank you. Thanks.